All right. Hello, and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale, the Real Seeker. And today we have a really special treat for you guys. It's a debate, actually, and or a discussion on the Shroud history. And we're going to be specifically debating two alternative histories or hypotheses for the Shroud of Turin. So you have Otangelo Grasso right over there to my right. Hey, Otangelo, how are you?
Yeah, hi Dale, hi Jack. I'm fine, thanks. And you guys?
Awesome, and yeah, welcome back to the Shroud Wars. This is not your first time on the show, so yeah, you're here to represent sort of the traditional image of Odessa, or if not, you have some nuance, the Mandylion hypothesis, and so I think that's the view you're going to be arguing for there. And on the other end, we have Jack Markwardt, once again, a returning guest of the show. So hey, Jack, how are you?
Good morning, Dale, and good morning, Otangelo.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. Jack, you've been looking forward to having someone who would be on the other side who would be willing to engage and debate with you, someone who actually advocates for the alternative theory. So, yeah, I have a lot of respect for Otangelo coming on to do that.
Now, I give him a lot of credit because you've invited other people, some of them with PhDs, and they don't want to engage. So I'm very happy that Otangelo is willing to engage in this.
Awesome. And so, just so the audience knows, so that Jack is representing the Image of God Incarnate hypothesis as an alternative for the Shroud's pre-medieval history. And what we've agreed to is so it's a little bit of an odd format, but we're going to have first of all two openings. I'm going to start with Otangelo giving his opening case, and then Jack's going to give his brief opening as well. And then for the format for the next 2 hours, Jack has prepared a lengthy presentation with his slides. And we're going to use that as the framework for the debate or discussion. So every so often, Otangelo will step in when he wants to debate something that Jack is saying or something like that. So and then after the 2 hours, I think Otangelo, if we still have more of Jack's presentation, Otangelo has to go after that. So I'll give him a closing word, and then we'll continue on to finish off Jack's presentation. So that's the agreed upon format there. But yeah, with that said, let's get straight into it. Otangelo, I want to turn it straight over to you to give your opening case. And yeah, if you want to share your screen and your slides there, it's over to you.
Yeah, I would like just to give a disclaimer before we start, okay? So I think, Jack, you are investing in your hypothesis for decades, as far as I have learned and heard about you. And of course, that means that you have a lot more of details that you can bring as arguments and so forth. While in my case, I have no PhD, I have no formal education in regards of the Shroud, but I consider myself more kind of self-taught or autodidact. And I do that for several years. And my focus is not exclusively on the pre-14th century history on the Shroud, but my interest is more kind of general. So I'll certainly be not equipped, let's say, in regards of my experience to be on par with Jack, but I think that I can make a good case for the traditional or consensus view, let's say, on this trajectory.
Very good, very good.
All
Okay,
right.
so let me start.
Yeah, and you have slides, right?
Yes.
Okay. As soon as those pop up, I'll bring them up. And do you want your slides to be full screen, or do you want us on the side?
I need to read them, so
Oh yeah, it'll nothing's popping up on the queue. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. And I'll make that full screen for you.
okay, shall I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so before we get into specifics, here's the route I'm defending. Jerusalem, Edessa, Constantinople, Liray. That's the claim. That's the chain. I'm not going to tell you it's airtight because it isn't. What I am going to show you is that it's grounded in actual documents, not symbolic readings, not coded language, not convenient gaps filled with hypotheses, real sources. So let's go through them. I want to be upfront about how I'm evaluating evidence because I'll apply these same standards to my opponent's claims too. Contemporary sources, multiple independent attestations, explicit descriptions, no arguments from silence. That one matters a lot today. And documented chains over speculative reconstructions, however detailed they look. If either of us can't meet these criteria, that's not evidence, that's a story. The starting point is solid. 3 synoptic gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, use the word sindon for a burial cloth wrapping the body of Jesus. John mentions separate cloths. These are real documented attestations. But now, look at what we do not have. Any chain of custody after the burial, any reference to this cloth surviving or being venerated in the 1st century. Any preserved relic identifiable as this cloth before the 6th century. The honesty about that gap is the point. The 1st century gives us a starting point. It does not give us a breach. Five centuries. No explicit mention of a full body burial cloth relic anywhere. No record of who held it, where it was stored, how it was moved. The Mandylion doesn't appear until 554 AD, and its face only. I know the response. It was hidden, protected, kept secret. But that's not how historians work. Silence is absence. It only becomes concealment when your argument needs it to be. The first solid evidence is the image of Edessa, appearing in 544 AD during the siege of Edessa in Procopius, a reliable and contemporary source. From this point forward, the Mandylion is real, attested, and important in Byzantine Christianity. But look carefully at what the early sources actually say. They describe a face-only image, not made by human hands, associated with Christ's face or head. No full-length or full-body image, no burial or passion context, no mention of wounds, blood, or linen dimensions. The conclusion has to be the Mandylion is not demonstrably a shroud. Identifying them requires evidence the 6th century sources simply do not supply. The 944 translation to Constantinople is the first genuinely strong anchor in the chain. This is documented in multiple independent sources, sermons, imperial records, liturgical texts. It was a major theological and political event, not quiet, not disputed in the sources. The pivotal text is Gregory Referendarian's sermon from 944. This is the first source that expands the image description beyond a face to include a side wound, blood, and full body implications. That expansion is crucial. And from the 10th through the 12th centuries, a cluster of Constantinople sources references cloths associated with burial, passion, and image-bearing linens. The terminology varies, but it converges on the same object type. Robert de Clary is the strongest single piece of pre-modern evidence in this entire chain. He is a French knight. He was there. He is a first-person observer during the sack of Constantinople in 1204, not a liturgical tradition, not a retrospective legend. He describes a cloth showing the full figure of Christ displayed weekly. That description matches the shroud type. It explicitly does not match the face-only Mandylion type. After the 1204 sack, there is no clear record of where this cloth was taken. That is an acknowledged gap. But the 1204 dispersal is the most plausible transition to Western Europe, and no alternative destination is documented. If you take one thing from this presentation, take the Clary. Liray is where speculation ends and documented physical history begins. From 1355 onward, a physical object, continuous documentation, an unbroken chain of custody through the House of Savoy and the Vatican to the present day. The acknowledged gap, how Geoffrey de Charny acquired the cloth, is important to name explicitly. Don't hide it. So it's there. But we have to note something interesting. The bishop's forgery allegation, the whole controversy around the Liray exhibition, is itself documented. The opposition is part of the record. That is actually a sign of historical reliability, not a weakness. So here's the principle I'll keep coming back to. A weaker but documented chain is historically stronger than a detailed but speculative reconstruction. Gaps are honest. Filled gaps are hypotheses. The expansion of descriptions from face only in the 6th century to full body in the 10th through 13th century, that's not the problem for my argument. That is the documented trail. We follow it where it goes and we note where it stops. So here's where I land. The shroud becomes clearly visible in history from, I got that already. Okay, so now let's go to my critique of Jack's hypothesis. The hypothesis has 4 pillars. First, the papal mission led by Bishop Abercius carried to the shroud to Edessa at the request of King Abgar the Great. Second, the reason there's no direct record of this is the disciple of the secret. Early Christians encoded sensitive information in metaphor. Third, 3 ancient texts, the Abercius inscription, the Doctrine of Hadai, and the Hymn of the Pearl, secretly described the shroud in symbolic language. Fourth, a reinterpretation of the Liber Pontificalis places this mission to Edessa, not Britain. Here's the key thing to hold on to. The hypothesis requires all 4 of these to be true simultaneously. Each one is unsupported, and they compound each other's weaknesses. The first pillar falls on basic epigraphy. The hypothesis claims that the fish of exceeding great size and pure in the Abercius inscription is a coded reference to the shroud, specifically its 14-foot length. The argument for this is that having bread, wine, and fish together is redundant. So the fish must mean something else. That reasoning is wrong on 2 counts. First, the fish is one of the most well-documented symbols in all of early Christianity. It's an acrostic for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. Every epigraphist who has studied this inscription reads it that way. Second, abundance of Christian symbolism is completely normal in early Christian epigraphy. Multiple symbols together is not redundancy, it's the norm. And crucially, the inscription says nothing about linen, cloth, burial, or physical dimensions. The 14th-foot reading is not in the text. It's brought in from outside. The second pillar is the most logically dangerous move in the hypothesis. We have no direct evidence for X, but that's because it was deliberately hidden, is not a historical argument. It's an unfalsifiable claim. It can be used to justify any conclusion about any period in the history. There are three specific problems here. First, the Disciplina Arcanis is well attested, but from the late 3rd century onward. The earliest clear attestations are Cyril of Jerusalem and Ambrose. Applying it to 180 AD Edessa is an anachronism that requires evidence the author never provides. Second, even at its peak, the discipline applied to baptism and the Eucharist. No ancient source, none, suggests it was ever used to conceal the existence of a physical relic. Third, every absence of evidence in the hypothesis becomes proof of concealment. That is a theory designed to be impossible to refute. And the doctrine of Adai is circular. It is assumed to be allegorical, so it can be decoded, and then the decoded result is cited as evidence. That's not scholarship. The third pillar is where the narrative starts filling gaps with guesswork. If the shroud was such a powerful proselytizing tool, powerful enough to justify a papal mission, why did the church in Antioch leave absolutely no record of its custody? The hypothesis answers the 350-year silence between 190 AD and the first image of Edessa references in the 6th century by saying the shroud stayed in Antioch. But there is no source for this. It is a narrative convenience, not a historical finding. On top of that, Jan Wilson's identification of the image of Edessa with the shroud is itself a highly contested hypothesis. You cannot use one disputed claim to support another. That is stacking speculation on speculation. I want to be clear. I am not close to being convinced, but there is what conviction would actually require. 1. Show me textual evidence from the 2nd and 3rd century that the disciple of the secret was ever applied to a physical relic, not just sacraments. 2. Publish a critical edition of the Abercius inscription showing why a shroud reading is more grammatically defensible than the universal Eucharistic reading. 3. Explain the 350-year silence. If the shroud was in Edessa or Antioch from 190 AD, produce one Syriac, Greek, or Latin source that corroborates this before the 6th century. 4. Explain why the hymn of the pearl, a Gnostic text from the heterodox Acts of Thomas, is a reliable witness to Orthodox relic practice. That last point is not a minor objection. It hasn't been addressed. So let's make a comparison here. Two competing models. Look at these two timelines side by side, because this is really the heart of it. Both models agree on the starting point. Jerusalem around 30 AD, the tomb. Both end in the same place, Liray, France, 1355, Geoffroy de Charny. The divergence is everything in between. Wilson says the cloth went to Edessa within a decade, was folded to show only the face, which is why it was known as the Mandylion, and stayed hidden there for roughly 900 years before being transferred to Constantinople in 944 AD, a fully documented imperial transaction. Jack says no, it went to Antioch with Peter, was hidden in a wall during the persecutions under Julian the Apostate in 362, resurfaced after the Edessa earthquake around 525, briefly appeared there, and then followed the same Constantinople path as Wilson from 944 onward. The question is which of those pre-944 stories is actually supported. This is where the traditional route gets genuinely strong, and I want to walk through each piece carefully because each one stands on its own. First, the Vignon markings. Paul Vignon catalogued 15 specific anomalies on the shroud's face, not artistic choices, anomalies. A forked beard, a raised eyebrow, a transverse streak across the forehead. These same features appear faithfully reproduced across hundreds of Byzantine Christ icons from the 6th century onward. The icons aren't copying each other, they are copying something. That something, the argument goes, is the shroud itself. Second, the Gregory Referendarius sermon. This is a document rediscovered in the Vatican archives in 2004, sitting there unexamined. The Archdeacon of Hagia Sophia delivered it on the day the Mandylion arrived in Constantinople in 944. And he doesn't describe just the face. He describes a full body image with bloodstains from a side wound, exactly what you'd see if you unfolded a full burial cloth. That is a direct primary source. Third, the Pre-Codex, a Hungarian manuscript from 1192 to 1195, predates the carbon date by at least 65 years. It shows Christ being laid on a cloth with crossed wrists, no visible thumbs, matching the shroud, and an L-shaped pattern of burn holes in the exact configuration visible on the shroud today. How does a medieval forger reproduce damage that wasn't documented until modern times? Wilson's 3 answers here are not speculation. They are datable, primary source evidence. Now, I want to give Jack a fair hearing because there are genuine strengths in his model, but I also need to be honest about where it falls apart. His strongest points is the Disciplina Arcana, the early church's deliberate secrecy about sacred objects. If the shroud existed and the church was actively concealing it, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That's a philosophically valid point. His identification of Antioch as the hiding place is also plausible in his isolation. Theodoretus did hide relics in Antioch walls in 364 AD, and St. Peter's presence in Antioch is historically solid. But there's the problem. Plausible is not evidenced. There is no pre-500 AD document that places the shroud in Antioch. None. The Antioch phase is built entirely on inference, on reinterpreting legends that already have explanations. And his explanation for the 1204 to 1355 gap, Qatar custody, is frankly speculative. He's pointing to iconographic similarities in Qatar crucifixes. That is a thin thread to carry a 150-year chapter of relic history. Wilson's Templar hypothesis for the same period is contested, but it has more going for it. The iconographic counter-evidence is also real. The shift to a bearded Christ appears first in Roman catacombs, not in Syria, which undermines the claim that Byzantine artists were working from the shroud. Let's just put the numbers on the table. Documentary evidence. Wilson out of 10. Jack 2.5 out of 10. That gap is not subtle. Wilson has the 944 AD transfer in the Byzantine Chronicles, the Gregory sermon describing the full body image, and the Prey Codex, 3 independent datable anchors. Jack has 0 primary sources for his Antioch phase. On iconography, Wilson 8.5, Markwardt 3. The Villon markings across hundreds of icons is systematic argument. Qatar crucifixes are anecdotal. Physical and forensic evidence, limestone dust consistent with Jerusalem, Judean pollen, 1st century weave, actually supports both equally since they share the relic. Wilson gets the slight edge simply because he doesn't have to claim the forensic evidence was somehow transferred or misidentified. Scholarly acceptance, Wilson 5.5, Markwardt 2. And that matters, not because scholars are always right, but because peer scrutiny is how you find the holes in an argument. Jack's model has not survived that scrutiny yet. So where does this leave us? Wilson wins the evidentiary contest, and it's not particularly close. His model is anchored to documented, independently verifiable events. The Gregory sermon alone is a remarkable piece of evidence. The Prey Codex alone would be remarkable. Together, they form a convergent case that Jack simply cannot match. But I want to be precise about what that means. Wilson winning the historical argument does not prove the shrouds is authentic. Both models assume authenticity and then build from there. What Wilson demonstrates is that if the shroud is ancient, his proposed route is far better supported than Jack's. Jack's contribution is real but narrower. He plausibly fills the pre-Edessa gap that Wilson acknowledges exists, but he fills it with inference, not evidence. On the question of the shroud's ultimate origin, that remains open. On the question of which historical model is better supported, this isn't even close. The principle here is simple. A weaker but documented chain is historically stronger than a detailed but speculative reconstruction. However internally consistent the speculation may be. Gaps are not breaches. When evidence is absent, we note the gap. We do not fill it with the most convenient hypothesis and then count that hypothesis as a pillar. And the progressive disclosure point is worth defending directly. Some people treat the expansion of descriptions from face only to full body as suspicious, as if later sources invented something. But that evolution is the documented trail. It is the evidence, not an embarrassment. Here is the direct comparison. My route uses explicit descriptions and eyewitness accounts. The alternative uses symbolic decoding of literary texts. My route is built on known historical events, 944 AD, 1204 AD, and the alternative relies on hypothetical missions with no record. Robert de Clary is the first-person observer. The alternative offers a retrospective interpretation of metaphor. That's not a close call on methodology. Here's the conclusion. The most historically defensible position is that the shroud becomes clearly visible in documented history from the 10th to the 13th centuries onward, with the Constantinople phase as the strongest available bridge. The chain is incomplete. I've said that throughout, but it is real. Earlier connections, including the 2nd century Edessa hypothesis, are unproven. Not impossible, but unproven. The distinction matters. We follow documents, not hypotheses, and the documents, as far as they take us, point here. So the verdict is clear. An intriguing story, an unproven case. Bold claims require bold evidence. This hypothesis asks us to accept 3 unsupported claims simultaneously. A papal mission carried the shroud to Edessa without leaving a single contemporary trace. Ancient texts allude to it in code, with no controls for what counts as a coded allusion. And this interpretation is more plausible than the standard scholarly readings that have stood over a century. Remove any one of those pillars and the hypothesis collapses. Right now, all 3 are unsupported. But I want to close this section by being direct about what comes next. The question on the shroud's history doesn't end here. There is documented root, weaker in some ways, but real.
All right, thank you so much. I'll take down your slides there, and now we'll turn it over to Jack. Again, the format is Jack's main presentation is going to frame most of this discussion, but I do want to give you, you said you had a short 5-minute intro. What I would like, if you don't mind, just so we're showing respect to Otangelo's presentation, if there were any points in Otangelo's presentation that you aren't going to cover in your main presentation, maybe you can include that in your intro and see if there's any discussion room there, kind of thing. But yeah, over to you for your opening there, Jack.
Well, okay.
And do you want me to bring up your slides or no?
No, I'm not going to need them right away because I just want to have a reaction to what I've heard so far. You know, when we work in history, when we do research, we actually do the research ourselves. You know, we read texts. What Otangelo has not disclosed here, but he's disclosed it elsewhere, is he's highly reliant in what he does on artificial intelligence. He discloses that in his book that the responsibility for the research is totally artificial intelligence. He then says he takes responsibility for supposedly verifying and checking what he's being told by artificial intelligence. And I've worked with artificial intelligence myself. It's a good device for getting into things, to finding some clues, to getting some kind of summary, but it's a total failure in terms of being complete and finding every document that there is, every text that there is, etc. It's very plain from what Otangelo said so far that, in fact, I think he's got an incredible amount of moxie because he's comparing my hypothesis with Wilson's, and he hasn't even read my book. You know, that's very obvious. He has not read my book. He's done a paper, which kind of, I hadn't even been aware of it till this past week. It was the first time that I've read it, in which he's doing this comparison between the 2 hypotheses, all of which is pure opinion on his part. He comes out with all these slogans and words and phrases that he uses, you know, as if they have real meaning. They're not a part of any established historiography that I'm aware of. And then he develops a point system, and then he decides which is a better hypothesis. I'd have a lot more respect if he simply looked at my hypothesis and actually read it, and then had particular critiques on it, some of which he's mentioned in this introduction that he's done. But when I look at the paper that he did, where he did the same thing, he's got 3 citations to work that I've done. One is a paper I did in 1998, which was where I introduced the Antioch hypothesis. Another is a paper that I did in 2008. I presented it at Columbus. And in both of these papers, I myself was a subscriber to Wilson's hypothesis at that time. And then his third citation is to an interview that I supposedly did with Mike Creevy in 2023. Now, can you imagine that he's based his opinion on papers that go back 20, 30 years, when since that time, for example, I presented a 72-page paper in St. Louis in 2014, where I introduced the Image of God Incarnate hypothesis. He hasn't cited it. It's clear he hasn't read it. And I wrote a book 5 years ago now, 5 years ago, in which I took all the arguments that I made over the years. I refined what I wanted to do, and I got it there to show you that he hasn't done it. He's got, as part of what he says that I believe now, what he's evaluating, the situation involving the Cathars. That was back in 1997, when I was looking for a better alternative than the Templar hypothesis at that time. But since then, I presented a paper in Washington State, in which, as you know, Dale, it has the simony theory. That's how I believe that the shroud got from Constantinople to Lire. And that's a couple of chapters in my book. So he doesn't read the papers. He doesn't read the books. He doesn't check anything. And the reason is he's getting all his information from AI. Now, if AI doesn't know my book, you know, I can't help it whether it knows my book, takes it into consideration or not, then he's not going to have the information. The information that he's peddling here is information that is totally incomplete. So I'm not going to spend my time today trying to defend my theory or try to gain points on his artificial, arbitrary point system of what he thinks is important and not important. What I will say is this, though, just from kind of a broad stroke. Otangelo says he's an authenticist. He says it. I think he is. But he certainly doesn't come across as one to me, because an authenticist would be saying, look, either of these theories could be correct. We don't know. Any historian is going to face the same problems. Let him go back 1,500 to 2,000 years and see what he could find. Before Wilson did it, nobody even tried. And I give Wilson all the credit in the world for doing what he did. But I looked at Wilson's work the same way he's looking at my work, and I found deficiencies in it. I found weaknesses in it. And we would have to, as authenticists, say that there are weaknesses in it. He's not even bringing up the fact that Wilson's theory has been rejected by almost every academic historian who has looked at it. There have been a couple of Shroudies, you know, who have agreed with it. Any history is better than none. But there is nothing documented, and when I go through it, there's nothing documented in the Wilson early history. He cites no history, no historical documents. He cites a legend, and then he changes the legend around so it'll accommodate what his theory is. He puts the shroud in a wall for 500 years, and that's the excuse why people are not talking about it. He prefers that, Otangelo Grasso prefers that to his interpretation of what the discipline of the secret means. I can see he hasn't really read that much about the discipline of the secret from what he has said. But at least that's a tangible historical situation that scholars, academic scholars, have recognized. They've written books and articles about the discipline of the secret. Not one of them is writing an article about the shroud being in a wall based on a legend that was made up in 945 after the Byzantines had the shroud. So if you take what Otangelo Grasso said, you might as well throw out what everybody has said before the 6th century, because that's the only time that you start now seeing some documents, and those documents don't refer to a burial shroud at all. He talks about the Avarius account, and he uses that to say that the first documented cloth with an image on it, even if it's a facial image, was in Edessa. Well, no, not really, because Evagrius, who wrote about that in 593. 25 years before that, Pseudo-Zachariah is writing a historical text in which he talks about the relic that becomes the image of God incarnate. And that's the first time the word Akira Poatus is used. It's with regard to that relic. It's known that Evagrius used that text as one of his sources. So if the image of Edessa was really in Edessa at 544, which other than Shroud people, nobody really thinks that it was. He says he's interested in historical sources. You've got a historical source. It's Procopius, who's writing in 550. He's got every detail you would want on the siege of Edessa in 544, and he doesn't mention any image whatsoever. So what it looks like is Evagrius, and that's assuming that he even wrote it in 593, is taking the story of the image of Edessa and he's subscribing that or ascribing that to Edessa in 544. And very many of the real Byzantine historians and scholars don't even believe that that passage was in Evagrius in 593, that it was something that was interpolated into that text right before the Second Council of Nicaea in 787. So I don't intend to take this time to kind of debate his point system or his pure opinions or what he thinks is important. That's his right. He can form any opinion he wants. He can come in the show or anywhere else and give his opinion. But what I would like to do is talk about the facts and see whether he's really being fair. He said he wanted to be fair to me. How are you being fair to me if you put out a book and you put out a paper and he's never even talked to me about this? I'm accessible. Everybody knows how to get a hold of me. I ran into him in St. Louis for an evening. He sauntered up to where I was talking. He didn't ask me any questions or my opinions or to answer anything that he could put in his book. As far as I'm concerned, he made up his mind about this like a lot of the authenticists have. Some of them go back 30, 40 years, and they've been making presentations employing Wilson's theory for all those years. They can't back off of that. They're not going to back off of that. And for those people who believe it, that's fine. But they live in a fantasy world, because in the real world where there's real academics, if he thinks Wilson's theory is so great, let him name a real academic scholar. I'm not talking about somebody who's got a PhD or teaches in some small college somewhere. I'm talking about, why is Avril Cameron and Andrea Nicolati and all the people who have looked at this in detail, why have they all rejected Wilson's theory? And the last thing I'll say, because I'll go through Wilson's theory, and hopefully Otangelo will be here for at least part of this. He keeps bringing up this really ridiculous Gregory Referendarius text, which is what a lot of them do. They kind of go to that because there was a myth raised about that as well. In the original translation, which was done by Andre Maria Dubarl, I think back in like 1997, he translated that text so that it looked like there was a reference to a side wound on the image of Edessa, which Gregory Referendarius was looking at. And in 2004, Mark Guskin pretty much gave his imprimatur to that, but I don't think he read that closely. It turned out that he didn't. And in 2007, Mark Guskin had to retract that translation that he did. And he said there is no reference to Gregory seeing a side wound on the image of Edessa. He is merely pointing out that he sees some blood on the facial image, and that blood came from the same person, Jesus Christ, as did the blood from the side wound when Jesus was crucified. And who would benefit by that more than anybody else? It would be Ian Wilson. When he thought this was right, he put it in his 1998 book. But after Guskin pointed out that that was a incorrect translation, Wilson just dropped the whole thing. It's not in his 2010 book. He hasn't mentioned it in the last 20 years or so. But there's this cadre of people now who I think that they're not really into this for academic enlightenment. I really don't, no matter how this is presented. They are in this for Sindon evangelization. They're just trying to convince as many people to come to the faith, which is a worthy goal. I can certainly support that. But they're trying to do it through the shroud, and they're trying to make the shroud into something that it's not. And there's plenty of evidence for the shroud's authenticity. And academics often disagree with each other in terms of interpretation. But what they cannot abide is falsehood. They cannot abide imaginary pretexts that are being put out there. And anyone that would go in today and say that that sermon, Gregory Referendarius mentioned a side wound on the image of Odessa, they are either totally misinformed. And with Otangelo, I might be able to make an excuse of maybe he's reading about that through AI too. And maybe AI is not reporting that. But go read the text. Go look at Guskin's translation. Go look at Nicolati's translation. And you could never make that statement. Well, it's a very powerful statement. So I'm not going to waste my time really going through either some point system or, what he has said about it. The early days are vague. They would be vague. But at least I went through texts. I said, these texts exist. I explained the discipline of the secret. And I've made my arguments for why these texts are meaningful and why I think they apply to the shroud, why I think they were allusions to the shroud. Wilson's done nothing like that. In fact, if you were applying Otangelo's criteria and you were applying it fairly, that chart that he made would be just the opposite of where he's come. I've got more references. I make more arguments. Of course, he wouldn't know that because he hasn't read my book. He has no idea really what I've said. He went into this with the idea of supporting Wilson's hypothesis. I can't help that. He's entitled to his opinion, but I do begin to think that I'm kind of wasting my time here from the standpoint of he just wants to talk about general ideas and his opinions. Take a look at the text. Like I've already said, the one that he cited with Gregory Referendarius, look at that text. Show, if he's going to make a statement that that's what it means, find the translator who translates it that way. He says he's into academic scholarship. What's real history? Name a historian translator who translates that sermon the way that he just translated it for your audience. In this case, it doesn't exist. Okay, I think you could go to the slides and I'll do my little intro. And I hope because Otangelo's time seems to be limited today, I hope we can at least get through the first 500 years and Wilson's hypothesis there, because what Otangelo really wants to do, he wants to start with the history in the 6th century. But how does he get the shroud into Odessa as the image of Odessa without 500 years of history? Wilson was no dope. He knew he had to do it. And this is the way he did it. And we're going to review now how he did it. But if you don't get the shroud from Jerusalem to Odessa in the 1st century, you certainly don't have a way of getting it there in the 6th century, unless I happen to be right about Antioch. And when Antioch was destroyed in 540, the shroud went from Antioch to Odessa. That's something that I had proposed before I found the evidence that it went to Constantinople. But yes, if you could just put on the slides, Dale, and I'll proceed.
I think
then maybe I can give some comments to what Jack
I listened to a 20-minute presentation. I'd like to present something substantive. You've given your comments. I know what your opinion is. Your opinion differs from mine. So let me give some history some real history, and then comment on the real history as you see it.
Okay, sure. Let's go.
All right, so let's go. Yeah, let's do the presentation. I'll bring that up now. And Otangelo, yeah, if at any time you want to step in or you want to, discuss something that Jack's saying, just let me know and you can jump in anytime.
Now, I would suggest that Jack gives maybe half an hour of presentation, and then I'll be happy to comment both on what he just said and also on his presentation. Okay.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So, Jack, I'll give you half an hour, and then.
All right, Dale. Well, the way that I was going to present this was in this fashion: to talk about Wilson's hypothesis and my hypothesis. And you can go to the next slide. And then what people need to know, because I don't know that they are aware of this. I wasn't aware of it till like a couple of months ago. Otangelo has done a book, and in this book that he's done, he's taken one chapter of the book and he's done what he calls a reconstruction of Shroud history. Now, in this reconstruction that he's done, he talks about responsibility, verification, core hypothesis, evidence, and self-assessment. Now, under responsibility, this is where he concedes that his research was done by artificial intelligence. He takes the responsibility for the arguments and the interpretations that he does, and he takes the responsibility for the accuracy of what he's putting in this chapter of his book. He also makes a representation. He says, during the preparation of this book, I devoted extended periods to line-by-line verification. Now, just listen to what he said there. He looked line per line of every statement that he's made, and he devoted the time he needed to verify. You can keep this in mind as we go through this. He then says that the reconstruction hinges on a single uncontested identification. The Shroud and the Mandylion were one and the same. Well, that's not a reconstruction, that's a construction. That was done by Ian Wilson 48 years ago. That's his construction. It's not Angelo's reconstruction. So as far as I'm concerned, this is really an appropriation of Wilson's hypothesis. Fine, so it is. And you can live and die with it as it is. At the end of his book, I think it is, or the end of this chapter, he says, this chapter presents the most coherent chronological reconstruction of the Shroud's journey from a first century Judean tomb to a knight's chapel in Champagne. So in other words, his chapter is more coherent as a pre-Lyrae history than Wilson's or my own. He's done the most coherent. Next slide, Dale. Wilson has written 3 books. They total 220 pages of pre-Lyrae history. It's supplemented by many historical papers and articles that he's done. Next slide, please. I've done one book. In that book, I've done 250 pages of pre-Lyrae history. It has over 1,100 notes, and that's been supplemented by many historical papers that I've done over the last 35 years, including a 72-page paper from 2014 that anybody could get by going on to the St. Louis conference from 2014. I think it's the largest paper ever submitted at any conference, but it's there. And it explains the theory and why I diverged from Wilson's theory. Next slide. So Graasso, Otangelo Grasso, he's written one chapter in one book. It's 22 pages. He's got 14 notes. It's not supplemented by any other historical papers or articles. Next slide. And of these 22 pages that he's got pages like this one here, where he uses an image that takes up anywhere from a quarter to a half to 3/4 of page. So by the time you get through the images, he's probably got like 15 to 16 pages of actual historical text. or text on the history. Next slide. In this book, he's got 14 notes. He's got 3 citations to Wilson, of course. He's got a citation to Nicolati. 5 of his 14 are citations to himself. That's his authority. Citations to himself. He's got 2 that have to do with radiocarbon dating, so that has nothing to do with history. He has 1 that had to do with the Leary Pilgrim badge, that has nothing to do with the pre-Leary history. He has 1 on epistemology, if you're interested in that. He's got 1 on historically undocumented objects. He's got 1 ray point images. He has not 1 citation to any part of my work. He's done a book on history, and I am probably the most proficient author in history over the last 35 years. He's not got 1 citation, which shows you where he's coming from and what his goal was in writing this book. He says that his methodology is going to work as a textual detective. He's going to piece together a history. Well, he hasn't pieced together the history. It was Ian Wilson who pieced together this history. He's just glomming on it, and he's putting his comments on it, and he's putting his opinions on it. He says when it comes to historical questions, he's going to weigh competing claims rather than confirm a single settled conclusion. Then he did just the opposite. He's not weighing Wilson's claims in this book with mine. He doesn't even mention mine. And he has a settled conclusion before he begins with. That is, he likes Wilson's hypothesis. He can't possibly weigh my claims if he's never read my book, which he hasn't, or he hasn't read my major paper. He doesn't know what evidence I put in support of what I contend. So how can he weigh that fairly? I don't even know how he can do it objectively. Okay, next slide, please. And this is what he says at the end. It's an invitation. If particular claims or references require refinement, I would welcome the opportunity to improve them in future editions. Serious discussions of the evidence befits everyone interested in the subject. Well, it's not the way that scholars do books. You know, it's not up for other people for him to write a book on the basis of what AI is giving them, and then have scholarly people look at what he's done, criticize him, take the time to criticize what he's done, and then if he feels like it, he'll make additions to them. It's not his book anymore. He's using everybody else to be his co-author. I've seen him do that on the blog that Hugh Farry has. He puts his ideas there, then he wants Hugh Farry to correct them, and then Hugh Farry has to correct them, and then he says, oh, thank you, you're pushing me in the right direction now. Well, that's not Farry's job in science. It's not my job or Wilson's job in history. He shouldn't write a history book until he's ready to write a history book, and he's not ready to write a history book until he actually does some research. All right, I want to go to the next slide, and let's take a look at what really the Mandylion hypothesis is in its early days. Next slide. It's an identification hypothesis. It says that I'm going to give you the shroud history by identifying the shroud with 5 objects. For the first 544 years, it's a legendary painted portrait, which is, even from his presentation today, Otangelo doesn't want to discuss that. He doesn't want to discuss the legend or the painted portrait, but that is Wilson's history. This is this fine documented history that Wilson has done. For the next 400 years, it's an image of Edessa, which turns out to be an image nobody really knows that much about, because the Muslims took over the city in 639 and still had it in 944, and it was basically quarantined. Hardly anybody knew what it was, what it looked like. There's no text on it. There's no copies of it. So there's your first 944 years of Wilson's history that he thinks is such a fine history. Then from 944 to 1130, it's the Mandylion. I don't even know if Mr. Grasso understands what Wilson did next, because he hasn't mentioned it. It's not in his book. But Wilson then says around 1130, they dismantled the Mandylion, they found the shroud, and then so for the next 74 years or thereabouts, all these references to the Sindon are really about the old Mandylion. And guess what? They substituted a fake Mandylion for the original Mandylion just for all this to work. And then you get to the missing years of 1204, 1307, and it's an alleged Templar idol. Notice that I say alleged because no one even knows if there was a Templar idol. The only evidence of it is what Templars said when they were under torture from king's agents in the early 1300s. So that's what you've got. This is the documented Wilson history. I've said before that history's been rejected by a number of academic professors. I'd like to see Mr. Grasso actually read Andrea Nicolati's book, in which he takes the entire hypothesis apart, text by text, point by point, and that was done in 2011, and not one authenticist has even responded to what he said, other than Emmanuel Marinelli, who was just saying that she didn't like Mr. Nicolati that much, or his tone. But there's actually substantive academic arguments in there that have never been addressed. It's also been rejected by a number of authenticists, not just me, but there are a number of authenticists who have looked at this and said, you know, it's just a bridge too far. And when you look at it and when you study it, you really can't justify it. I know Guy Powell just appeared on a program of yours, Dale, and I'm not into the social end of the Shroud thing, as Guy is, but he came on and said, I really think about 50% of the people now that he knows have rejected Wilson's hypothesis at this time. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'll give Wilson all the credit that he got out there 48 years ago and he's had a total bombardment of criticisms on it. It's surprising to me that even 50% of the people have any kind of faith in this. But the reason it subsists is because of people like Otangelo Grasso, who really don't read or understand history. They don't care to look at the text. They don't really care to make the distinctions that they have to, but they've got this story. And this is what makes it popular today. It's easy. I could teach, Otangelo could teach, you could teach, almost anybody. You sat down them for about a half an hour tops. You could teach them Wilson's history. There's not much there. You just tell people that it was a legendary object and it was in a wall for 500 years. Then it went to Edessa. Nobody knows what happened to it in Edessa. Then they've got these pretty stories about what happens when it went to Constantinople. They've got to make up the stories and change the translations of the stories. And then they're talking about the Sindon. Yes, they're referring to the Sindon, but the Sindon is the Sindon. It's not the Mandylion. That's still hanging from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's Chapel. It's a separate, entirely different object, listed that way in a whole bunch of relic inventories. Then we get into the murky mess that's the missing years. And again, they're not satisfied to go read the other 14 hypotheses, including my hypothesis, my most recent hypothesis about the simony theory and how Geoffrey de Charnay is the grandson of the best friend and confidant of Louis IX of Paris, who's collected all these Byzantine relics. Not interested in that. He wants to go back and talk about what I said about the Cathars 30 years ago. My goodness, what qualifies him to even give a story? And then on top of it says that his history is so cohesive. I don't get it. Okay, next slide. So here are the major propositions of the Mandylion hypothesis. A hypothesis is a series of propositions. That's what it is. And you're supposed to back up those propositions with evidence. So let's go to the first proposition. This is the most important. Next slide. Shortly after Jesus' ascension, the shroud was portraited, brought to Edessa, and gifted to King Abgar V, who on receiving it and being cured of a serious infirmity, converted to Christianity. Next slide. And this is how Wilson describes what happens. You can see the shroud is there. It's folded 3 times in the center. It produces where the face is in the middle of the cloth. And then according to Wilson, it had to be nailed, it had to be trellised, it had to be framed. And this is what they would call, next slide, please, Dan. This is what they would call the sine qua non of Wilson's theory, because if he doesn't establish this, then he's unable to justify and explain why no one knew it was a shroud for the next 11 centuries. Wilson says this: it appears that someone at the very earliest stages of the shroud's existence mounted and folded the shroud in such a way that it looked no longer like a shroud. That is the sine qua non. Next slide. A sine qua non, and that's a Latin phrase for something that's indispensable for the an indispensable requirement of something else. In this case, if he does not establish this initial proposition, he's not going to establish that the shroud was the Mandylion, was the image of Edessa, and he's unable to account really for all the years of the shroud history. Now, what's interesting, though, is that if you take the way that Wilson has presented it, don't you think that maybe we would find some framing marks on today's shroud? I mean, it was sitting in a frame for 1,100 years, according to this theory. Don't you think we would find some nail holes in the shroud? So how in the world do you take this seriously if the shroud, as we know it today, does not even match up to what the theory is here? Does Otangelo Grasso talk about this? No, he doesn't talk about this. Next slide. So this is what is the proffered evidence. By that I mean this is what Wilson proffers or offers in support of this proposition, this key proposition. All right, let's go to the next slide. Let's start with the obvious, historical evidence. This is a historical theory. Otangelo Grasso wants to talk about history, so you think that if there is this proposition, there's going to be some historical evidence. There's none. There's not a bit, there's not an iota of historical evidence that would connect the shroud, Christianity, any disciple to Edessa or to King Abgar V. There's a historian by the name of Michael Thomas. He wrote a book in 2020. He said, the claims of the historical authenticity of the legend of Abgar have long been rejected by the academic world. There is no plausible argument for such claims. And there is no historical evidence for a Christian missionary having gone to Edessa before, at the very earliest, the end of the 1st century. That's the history. That's what you're up against. So why isn't Otangelo Grasso talking about the fact that the image of Edessa from the 6th century had to have been, for there to be a history, this legendary image, and yet there is no history to support this part of the so-called historical hypothesis. And again, if he wants to claim that his chapter is the most coherent history, how is it a coherent history if it doesn't even deal with these early issues? Next one. Now we get to the legendary evidence. You know, there was a time when I thought that Wilson was basically a legendary hypothesis. In other words, he could base it on a legend. But over the years, what I found out, he really did not do that. The only thing that the legend does that helps him is that it says there was a portrait of Jesus in Edessa. But when you go to the legends themselves, Eusebius, as you know, Dale, doesn't even mention anything about an image. You go to the Doctrine of Addai, that's in the year 400. That mentions an image, but this is where Abgar's servant, Hanan, uses choice paints to create a likeness of Jesus. Then he brings it to Abgar right after he does that. Next slide, please. So the Abgar legend on which Wilson relies actually refutes the Mandylion theory. Under the legend, the image was painted. It was not a kerakoatis. It was pre-mortem. It was taken to Edessa before Jesus even died. And it's apparently not on a cloth. There's no mention of what material Hanan did the painting on, but they certainly do not mention a cloth. So this is problematic for the entire hypothesis of Wilson. So what he's done, what I realized several years after I first read it, is he just creates 4 different imaginary scenarios. You talk about now having a document. This is all purely from his head. Purely from his head. Next slide, please. Wilson says Jesus never even knew of Abgar. That's what Wilson says. He never even knew of Abgar. Here's what he says. It's a quote. It does seem possible that Abgar V came to hear of Jesus' activities. That's possible for Wilson. And made friendly inquiries about him. Probably, this is his word, he uses a lot of things like possible, probably these reached the disciples too late, i.e. shortly after the crucifixion. So in the Wilson version of the Abgar story, that Jesus never knows about Abgar, he never knows about Edessa. This, the correspondence that you find in the legend, that came to the disciples after Jesus died. Why does he do that? That permits Thaddeus to bring the shroud to Edessa after Jesus dies and is buried. That's why that fiction is created. Next slide, please. Here's what Wilson says next. It was the apostles' idea to send Thaddeus to Edessa. Wilson says, quote, the apostles thought, quote, why not send the shroud to Abgar, the cloth safety and the environment of Edessa being far more assured than in Jerusalem? He's made that up. That's a thought the apostles supposedly have. But you'd have to ask yourself, why would the apostles gift a precious relic of Jesus' body and blood to a pagan king they had never even met? And according to Wilson's theory, they hadn't even met his envoy, Hanan. This was just through correspondence that they received after Jesus' death. And if you wanted to get the shroud out of Jerusalem for its safety, then why not send it in the custody of Christians to Edessa, which is eventually what, to Antioch, which is eventually what they did via Peter, the head of the apostles. Next, please. Third part of Wilson's legend. Abgar would have deemed the idea of a shroud repellent. This is his idea so he can explain the framing. Abgar's got to be fooled. He's a fool. He's the fool king. Wilson says the one snag was the unseemliness of sending a reigning monarch a cloth that was a graveyard of a man recently executed as a convicted criminal in the most degrading circumstances possible. In any culture, including that of Edessa, the very idea of such an object was repellent. But there's no footnotes. There's nothing that says that there's a Edessan animus towards a grave cloth. And if the legend is right, at least in spirit, that Abgar believed Jesus was divine, the Jews had wrongly plotted his crucifixion, why would he have regarded Jesus as a disgraced, convicted criminal? Or why would he have deemed his burial cloth repellent? To the contrary, I think if they had sent the cloth and it was the entire shroud, he would have perceived that as evidence of Jesus' resurrection. And he certainly might have thought that it would be a sacred object that could heal his infirmity. He wouldn't have had to reject it. But again, this is all fiction. This is just something that Wilson's made up to fit the story. Next slide, please. And the final thing he says is the portraitization of the shroud was done by Agai. Now, Agai is the king's headdresser. He makes the crowns, the headwear for the royalty. This is the way that Wilson puts it. It is irresistible to identify the hand of the maker of the king's headdresser, Agai, in the actual makeup of the portrait. I don't know why it's so irresistible. Wilson mentions that the telltale feature on the Mandylion, when you finally get to that, is gold trellis work. So he seems to think that was done by Agai, the headdresser. But if that's true, why would Agai, who's a servant of the king, have, at the risk of his own life, engaged in deceiving his master by concealing the true nature of the cloth from him? If you buy the whole thing, and Abgar would find this repellent, he would find it maybe insulting. His hairdresser is going to engage in this kind of fraud. What if Abgar had gotten the portrait, a framed portrait object, and said, "Take that apart. I want to touch this. I want to feel it. I want to see it closer." You know where Agai's head would have been after that? Wouldn't have been on his shoulders, that's for sure. But that's how ridiculous this is. But anyway, those are 4 amendments to the legend, all of which Wilson makes in order to accommodate this hypothesis. Again, Otangelo Grasso doesn't mention any of these things in his book. He's not interested in the legend. He's not interested in the problems. He's just interested in getting where he wants to go and then making a judgment.
Okay, so all right, so that we are about the half an hour mark at this point. So,
are we? I'd like to finish what I'm doing, then I'll give up time, I guess, in the future. But I'd like to finish this if I could.
Okay. Well, do you know how much longer you have? Because obviously, I want to be fair to both sides. Like I do want to make sure we're having a discussion here, and not just a lecture. So,
all right. I'll cede the floor then.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Otangelo, I do want to bring you in here. I know you had something you wanted to say before, so I can let you say that. But then let's quickly get away from personal stuff. We're all on the Pro-Shroud side. We're all friends here and stuff like that. So let's do our best to stick to the substance and talk about that. But yeah, Otangelo, you heard Jack's presentation and Jack heard yours. So yeah, go ahead. What do you guys want to discuss for the next half an hour or 40 minutes? Because you're going to be here. Let's open it up to an actual discussion between both of you guys rather than doing the slides. And Jack, after Otangelo leaves, we will do your full presentation, I promise.
Fair enough, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so yeah, let me open it up to Otangelo. You can kind of initiate. And again, we're all friends here. We're all authenticists. So let's treat each other with respect and let's have a good conversation. So yeah, over to you, Otangelo.
Well, thank you, Jack, for what you have presented so far. And I think that most of what you said, I am full in agreement with you. I have no objection in what you said. Okay, so we agree, we are on the same page in regards of the fact that these stories about Abgar and so forth, these are legends. So they are not portrayed by Wilson, nor by me, nor by anyone else as historical facts. So let's put that very clear here. And I think that basically this alone takes the wind from your sails and your criticism, because nobody is claiming that these are historical events that really happened. So yes, I fully agree with your assessment. And I also agree with I think this is one of the main criticisms which I have presented in my initial presentation, is that less is more. So it isn't constructive that we make up a lot of hypotheses or stories based on no historical evidence whatsoever. So I think maybe present or fill up a vacuum which exists in the 6th century with what is presented as legends, at least to have something, but clearly say it is a legend. Okay. Now, you criticize.
Well, what legend are we talking about? The actual Abgar legend, or are we talking about Wilson's Abgar legend? Because the way that it's presented in his book, it is presented as history. He discloses that it's a legend, but he writes it as if it's history. That's why for the past 50 years, people like yourself who go before church groups and such, they go in and present the whole Abgar story as history. Read any of the books that you see out there by these people that have been doing this for 50 years. Do you think Emmanuel Marinelli goes in and says, we have no history, we only have legend before the 6th century? These people go in and present Wilson's legend, and I'm saying, and it's his legend because it's not even the original legend. They present it as history. And I think the reason they do it, and this is what I would ask you seriously, is you want to say that the shroud is the image of Edessa from the 6th century. Tell me how it got to Edessa. Is your position is it just appeared? We don't know. It's just there. How is the shroud in the city of Edessa in 544, as you claim? How and when did it get there? How did the Edessans get it if the apostles didn't send it to them? Just give me your answer to that. That would really fill in some blanks for me.
Yeah, Jack. So first of all, you need to criticize those which present these legends as real historical events.
I've done it for 30 years, Otangelo. I've done it for 30 years. If you ever took the time to talk to me, you would know what my position is. I'm an outcast in some parts of the authenticist world because I've got a mind of my own and I go in a different direction. And authenticists don't really care as much about authenticity and credibility as they do about preserving Wilson's hypothesis and preserving their defense and ongoing advocacy of that hypothesis. I give you credit. Believe me, you are different because of even what you've said today. You've got a question about it, and you will recognize that those legends are legends, and they're nothing to really base a history on. But nobody else is saying that. All of your friends and colleagues in the authenticity circle, they're not saying that. They're going out. I've seen them do YouTubes. They're going out and saying to these poor people that are coming in and sitting in the pews, they're saying the history of the shroud goes back to Edessa, and they start talking about King Abgar and the relationship that he had with Jesus. Not that it was a legend, as if this is what really happened.
So, Jack, let me maybe first give you a quick explanation in regards of my latest book, which I published 2 months ago. Okay, so that actually started with my aim after the Shroud conference, where I saw those Otonia exposition panels, which I really liked. I think they have made a great work. They have renewed them. I saw them in Rome at the Regina Apostolorum about 3 years ago, and that was actually my inspiration to make my own panels, because I thought, well, they are over 20 years old. There is so much new information since then, and it's worth that something is actualized. So that gave rise to my first exposition panels, which I finished about 2 or 3 years ago. And when I went to the Shroud conference in St. Louis last year, and I saw the format of the Otonia panels, and I thought they made a great job. And that inspired me to actually progress in my work and doing a new series, also with a different format, which is...
Can I just mention something to you, Otangelo, here? I'm glad you brought that up. I was approached, if you've seen those panels, and apparently you've seen them for years, if you went downstairs to the basement where the St. Louis conference was held, and you go to the portion of the panels that's on the history, and it's on the early Shroud history, you will see the Edessa story. You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see anything about Antioch? You see anything about anything I wrote? You don't, right?
No.
No. When you sauntered up to this group I was talking to that night at St. Louis, there were people there from Athanio who were telling me that they went to who's ever running Athanio at that time and said, this isn't fair. Why aren't there panels that show the alternate history that Jack Markwardt has presented? And they went all the way to this fellow who's running this Athanio now. His name is Father Pasquale. And he told them that they couldn't make new panels and they couldn't do it. In other words, there's an endorsed authenticist position that's coming from the church. It's going through that Pontifical Academy. It's going into this Athania group. And there are smart, good people on Athania who know that what's happening there is not fair. It's not fair to me, but it's also not fair to the people who really want to learn history. Why are they so stupid? They can't read Wilson's book and read my book and make up their mind themselves? So I'm glad that that was an inspiration for you. But what I'm saying to you, if you were even aware that I have an alternate approach to this, then why haven't you done something about it? When you write your book, which you did, which I wrote, there's not a thing in there about, there's not even a footnote or an asterisk that says there are other people, including Jack Markwardt, who think that the Shroud went to Antioch via St. Peter. It's not even there. It's pure propaganda. And that's what's happened. This is why I'm doing this show. I've got nothing against Wilson. I think he's a genius. I owe a lot to Wilson for what I've done. But it's not fair to people. It's not fair to me. There's only one side of the story being told. And even with that, 50% of the people are apparently not believing it per Guy Pound. If they ever put my story out there, maybe it'd be 90% of the people. I don't know. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. That gave you your inspiration, and you wrote your book.
Yes, and when I finished the exposition panels, I did basically the same thing which I did with the first series of exposition panels. So if you go to Amazon, you will see that I published the first Shroud book, which also had the same proceeding. I made first the panels, and I had so much information together that I said, well, this gives a good book, let me put it together. And with the second series happened the same thing. It took me more than 4 months to make the second series of panels when I returned from the Shroud conference. And only 2 months, just 2 months took me to make one panel, which was the reconstruction of Golgotha. So that took me actually more time than to write the book. Okay.
No.
So another thing which you mentioned was in regards of the views, which I eventually can change if I'm presented with new information, except what you criticize my method. But I want to leave it clear that I am not biased against your hypothesis. I am not biased. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible.
I wish I could say that I understand that. It would be that if it was weighted, like you do on your weighting in your paper, I would say, well, at least you're acknowledging, that I exist, that my work exists. But if you go into your book, that's what we're talking about. There's nothing mentioned about my work at all. Not a single thing. And you're presenting this hypothesis as if it was Wilson's hypothesis. And that's not history. And even if you make changes, what about the people who bought your book so far? You're charging them money for this, right? You got to go on Amazon, you got to pay at least $9.95 for whatever it is for Kindle. And the people are reading this, and this is what they're getting in their mind. Are you going to, if anything comes out of this and you say Jack Markwardt and his theory deserves a square deal here, and you change that, what about the people who already bought your book? How do they know that you've changed your mind? That's why I say scholars wait till they're ready and they've got all the information. I've had to make some changes in the past. I don't have any problem doing that. It's usually 20 years apart or something like that, or 10 years apart after a lot more study. It's not, we're going to throw it out there and see what Hugh Farry says or see what Jack Markwardt says or anybody else says, and then we'll just change that. You've come in your book saying it's the most comprehensive history of the pre-Leary Shroud, and 17 pages that you've done that, and then you're making statements that this is what's true. Okay, you're making statements about the Gregory Referendary sermon, and maybe if you actually read the translations, you might have to change your mind on that. That's all I'm saying. Why don't you say that you're kind of new to this? Why don't you hang around for a while and learn, some more history and get it from everybody, and then form your opinions. You may still disagree with me. I don't care about that. Well, at least base it on something.
How about, because I think that's a great point, Jack. You mentioned this text, the Gregory Referendarius and stuff. So why don't we focus on the text? So first we'll start with with Otangelo's theory. Maybe Otangelo, if you want to say like two or three of the best proof texts, and then you and Jack can discuss those, the for and against. And then Jack, on your end, obviously Otangelo hasn't seen your full presentation, but maybe you could list 2 or 3 of the best textual support for your theory, and then you guys discuss that. So yeah, Otangelo, let's start with the best proof text, 2 or 3 of the top texts that you think prove your hypothesis, and let's discuss that for 20 minutes or so, and then I will switch to the image of God. Does that sound good?
That sounds good.
I would like to repeat again what I said previously. I think that in certain cases, less is more. So if there is no substantial and good historical evidence for a certain time period, then eventually it is better to be cautious and not simply making things up and making inferences where there is no good evidence to make those. And I think that
who is making anything up, and why do you judge what's a good inference? If I look at the Hymn of the Pearl, and I find that it's a Shroud reference, and especially when you consider the historical circumstances, who it was written by, that person's connection with King Abgar VIII, etc. Kim Dreisbach was the first one who did it. You know who Kim was? It was before your time. Highly credible researcher, etc. Dan Porter, at one time, I remember him saying on his blog, he thought that was the #1 historical evidence for the Shroud's early history. Why do you get to say that's made up? It's not made up. It's simply a matter of, I take an inference from it, but I base this inference on not how Jack Markwardt woke up this morning, what mood I was in. I take it from the fact that there was a discipline of the secret, that it was being practiced at this time, as shown on historical seals that have been found, throughout Greece and Turkey at that time, and that I then take the inference from it that is a reference to the Shroud. In fact, the story is such an analogy to Jesus coming down from heaven and rescuing mankind from Satan. That's what the whole Hymn of the Pearl is. The prince rescues the pearl from Satan. That's a reasonable inference. It's not making anything up, and it's not making something up from bad evidence. You think that. If you think it's, go right by it. Don't even say it. But you say that in the book. You mention it. You call it the Acts of Thomas, which it really wasn't. It was the Hymn of the Pearl was inserted in the book called the Acts of Thomas. But you mention it. You mention 2 other things that happened during these 500 years that you think might be references to the Shroud. That's why you put them on there. So what is it? Your references, your inferences are correct because you think they are, and nobody else's inferences? Now, if you're talking about Wilson and he's making up things in the legend that aren't there, yeah, that's what I call making something up. I don't make anything up. You've been hinting this. Tell me one thing that I've made up. I don't think I've ever made anything. I haven't been criticized by one reader or academic scholar for ever having made anything up. And yet that's the impression that you made even in your opening, and you're making it now. You tell me one thing that I've made up.
Well, we have to make a clear distinction between what we have as source material, right, and the inference that we draw based, right, on that source material, right? Right. And then we start to go into the camp of philosophy and personal interpretation.
No, we don't. There's lots of history that are inferences of what the facts are. There is a fact. There was a document called the Hymn of the Pearl. It was written near Edessa. It was written by the son of one of Abgar the Great's closest friends, childhood friends, and it mentions a double image on a cloth. And I've given historical evidence, whether you like it or disagree with it, I don't really care, but I've given evidence of why the Shroud made its way to Edessa about 20 to 30 years before this text was written. That's a fair and reasonable inference that I draw, and other Syndonologists long before you have drawn the same inferences. You don't agree with it, that's fine. But you don't tell people that either I'm making it up or someone's making up, or I'm drawing an inference that's totally unreasonable. That's not right. That's not right what you're doing. And that's what I take offense from in terms of how you're presenting this.
Well, another thing which you are saying is that I can change my mind and then eventually update my book or whatever. I mean, this is something which is really a pushback, which I fully disagree, Jack, because I think the wrong approach would be to establish a viewpoint and then insist on it despite of new evidence or information that comes up, and then keeping that wrong
No, of course
inference
not. But
or
you're charging
position
people money in between. You're
when there is
peddling
actually
false
new
information and you're
information.
making money from it.
So
Yeah,
I think that there are so many things in science which have been thrown out because there has come new information up to the table,
That's science.
which then established that the old views were wrong and the new views were correct.
That's
and
fine.
that is not something which I am exempt of. So again, I have written my book with the best of the available information at the moment that I wrote it.
What was wrong with my information?
I wrote it with honest intentions, and I think that it mirrors what I believe the moment I wrote it. I am not obligated to keep those inferences which I had at that time point in the future. And
keep track of your followers and give them the money back when you change it.
Let me quick finish here. I think this is important to mention, Mark, Jack. So I am fully open to incorporate whatever you have investigated if it comes up and I see this is something which there is some meat and I agree on it. I mean, I will not exclude it. Actually, I have done that several times where I have changed my mind because I've investigated deeper. And but that's exactly what I am doing, and you are criticizing me.
I'm criticizing you for charging money to people and peddling this incomplete information with the attitude that when you find out it's wrong, you can just put out another book and charge other people for it. My criticism is you put out a book for the sake of doing that before getting all your information straight. And specifically with regard to this chapter, there have been two people who have written about the history of the Shroud between Jerusalem and Leray. I'm one of them. I'm one of the best known people. I've written a book. You haven't even looked at that or put it in your book. How fair is that to your readers, to your audience? It's just not fair.
I mean, Jack, you can send me your book. I actually even asked Dale if you would be fine.
It's $9.99 on Amazon. Why do I have to send you my book? Do you have $10?
Okay, I do want to get away from the meta stuff because for the fans, they want to hear about the substantive differences on these texts and stuff like that. So yeah, I think if you guys were addressing the hymn of the pearl, if potentially you want, what are your substantive objections to that? And after we do that, let's go to the Gregory Referendarius, because I think that's one that's thing. So Otangelo, I'll give you okay, Jack will get the last word, but Otangelo, what are your objections on the hymn of the pearl? And then Jack will get the last response. Then we'll move on to Gregory Referendarius, where Jack, you'll give your objections, and Otangelo will get the last word. So yeah, Otangelo.
Dale, to be clear here, I didn't come up here just to get a sermon of being beaten up.
Neither did I.
In regards of the book which I wrote, that was absolutely not my expectation. And
no, I didn't expect
you brought up so many.
My hypothesis.
Can I quick finish, please?
No.
You brought up so many things in regards of criticizing my book and my intentions, my work, and so forth. And when I asked to actually respond to that, then you preferred to go straight to your presentation. So, I mean, I don't have a computer in my memory to see each point which you made, but I want to be very clear on that, and that's why I insist to say that. When I wrote my first book on the Shroud, I was convinced, for example, that there were two nails in the foot, and I defended that view for a good period of time. And I had then a long exchange with Luis Cador, which is a syndonologist, a shroud expert,
I know who he is.
shroud science, and he convinced me that it was just actually one nail and not two nails. So I changed my mind based on deeper investigation and new evidence. And in my new book, you will see that there is just one nail and not two in the foot, while in my first book, there are two nails. So is it warranted now to criticize me that I have a presentation of two nails in my first book? I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair. And what is important is that if you, Jack, can convince me that there are elements in the trajectory pre-14th century which is more accurately represented with your arguments, hey, I am happy to actually change my mind, as I have done in regards of the one or two nails.
Otangelo, you knew Barry used to say, I'm not in this business to convince anybody. I'm here to present my case. If you find some merit in it and you feel that it compels you to change something, you can do that. But I'm not here, I don't do these shows to convince anybody. I do these shows to elucidate, to share my knowledge, and people can take it or reject it. I don't care. My objection was simply that you started out this whole program as in your introduction, you should reread it and listen to it as if I was making things up, that the more important thing is to have something that it may be weak, but it's documented, as though I'm using something that's not documented. I documented everything I've said. It's just that my interpretation of what the documents say is different than yours. That's different.
That's the point, your interpretation. That's where the differences are in regards of who agrees with your interpretation and who doesn't. And if I don't agree, then, you should respect that as others disagree with you. And I point out why I disagree with that, and that's why there are different viewpoints, and we can still be friends, even if I don't agree with everything that you claim or that you say.
Okay. As a friend, though, you could call me up sometimes and ask me what I think and tell me that you're going to do this and could I have some input. That's what I would consider a friend. You know, I'd like to be like
that's actually today.
That doesn't make us
okay, friends. Jack, so let's be clear here. This is the first time that we have a direct personal interaction together. I've not met you before. I saw you
at St. Louis.
Yes, we saw us at St. Louis, but that was very short. There were tons of people, and we didn't have time to talk for an hour, to sit down on the table and exchange things. So we are doing it. So we are doing it now, and I am here precisely for that reason, to promote these exchanges and to learn from you. And again, if you are able to convince me, or if I am convinced that anything that you bring on the table in regards of the trajectory that is sound, that makes sense, then I will incorporate it in my apologetics and in my views.
That's up to you, but yes, okay.
So if you want to continue, okay.
Well, I think Dale has suggested two things. You can either name three texts that you think are the strongest support of Wilson's hypothesis, or you can go right to Gregory Referendarius, and we can talk about the merits of those things if you want.
Yeah, so I think that Wilson is just one of the books which write on the history and which I consider, which is a very important work. I think we agree on that, but it's not exclusive to him. And it's also not just about what is written about the early history. It's also about artifacts like the Pantocrator, which I made an overposition, which I think is fantastic evidence that the shroud was around in the 6th century. Then there are the solidus coins. So it is variegated evidence which I present in my book and which is very relevant. And my main point isn't necessarily what the exact precise trajectory is, because this is really, we don't have too much information in regards of that. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that. I think this is the main point, but that when we bring all the evidence together, the artifacts, the Pantocrator, the solidus coins, and all other things which we know, then this gives us a clear picture that the criticism that there is no documented pre-14th century history, that's basically false. And this is just claimed by those which have never studied
I
the
agree with
topics,
them.
the
I agree with
issues.
all that.
And that is basically what I wanted to present in my book. And I mean, you took it as a criticism that I just spent 17 or 20 pages on that, but a book which has 22 chapters where I go into many different topics. It's
The
not
rest
an
of the book may be great. I didn't read the rest of the book. It may be great. I only read one chapter on the history. That's what I was asked to do.
Okay, so the purpose wasn't to bring up only that. That's why it has just 17 pages. It was to present some of what I consider the strongest evidence of the history pre-14th century.
Well, I think we're in agreement that there was a shroud from the beginning, that the best evidence of it started coming about in the 6th century, and that it was the shroud that was in Constantinople in 1204. That's the same shroud that was in Lyrae in 1355. I think we agree on all that. Where our disagreement is what was the object that was the shroud during those years? Okay?
And that's something which we too may disagree on that. And so 100 other Syndonologists, each one has a different opinion and inference.
And I wouldn't care, what I'm saying is I wouldn't care what their opinions are unless it's backed by evidence. So I think that's what Dale is asking you to do. What is the actual best evidence that the shroud was the image of Edessa as opposed to the image of God incarnate? What is the best evidence? And if you want to go right to Gregory Referendarius, that's fine. I'm prepared to talk about that.
I think this is a very difficult question precisely because there is so little documented talking points which we can come to an agreement. And that's why everyone thinks differently. And I think we should respect that.
Well, I think we do. I mean, you have in your book the hymation that's mentioned by John of Damascus. We both agree that that's a reference to the shroud. You know, it's a reference to the fact that there's knowledge that there's a burial cloth that has Jesus' image on it. Okay? You just think that he's referring to the image of Edessa, and he's not saying anything about the image of Edessa. You know, I think that he's referring to the image of God incarnate because that's what was known in Constantinople and in Byzantium. But that's okay. But then you would have to show why precisely, if there is any evidence, why precisely that reference is to the image of Edessa. If not, it's an image to the shroud, and we agree to disagree on what object was the shroud. That's all.
I think that that in fact the image of Edessa or the Mandylion was the shroud. There is very thin evidence in regards to that, or maybe even none, and I agree with that as well. And when we see what the report is in the Chapel of Pharos, and then we see there that it doesn't match with the shroud, and this is also something which we cannot make any sound inference because there is so little evidence in regards of that. I think it's just important that we acknowledge that we agree on that, and that we stick to the things which we have actually solid evidence, and which is important that we bring that out to the crowd so they know that there is actually evidence pre-14th century.
But I agree with that. I agree with that. So
can I step in and let's maybe talk about your theory, because one of the objections I noticed in Otangelo's thing, I'm kind of curious about your response, and you guys can discuss this maybe, is I think Otangelo said that because your theory posits fourth century pictures are based on the shroud, that's inconsistent with what we know from secular Roman history as to how the bearded Jesus portrait came about. Do you guys want to discuss that at all? Again, whatever you guys want to do, but would that be
maybe I would like to touch on that. Sure. It is interesting to note that before the 6th century, in the first few centuries, we have actually two different portraits of Jesus. So there are images where Jesus is portrayed with short hair, and there are images where he is already portrayed with beard and long hair. So what I think can be inferred from that is that some had access eventually to the shroud and saw that he had long hair and beard and portrayed him that way. And there were some parts in the Roman Empire where they didn't have the access, and they imagined that Jesus had short hair. And until the 6th century, when the shroud became more widely known, then that changed, and it swifted and went to portraying Jesus just with beard and long hair, and in special with the Pantocrator, which was the prototype for the icons in the Byzantine Empire.
Well, the only comment I have on that is that if, as Otangelo said, in the early centuries there were some images of Jesus that had beards, and as he said, they had some knowledge then of the shroud. Then the shroud could not have been in the wall of Edessa from 57 to whatever date it was before 544. So that kind of throws out the entire Wilson history for that period of time, does it not?
Yes, I think that would be certainly a reasonable inference, precisely because knowledge before the 554 or 524 was already extant in regards of the appearance of Christ on the shroud. So if they had access to the shroud, then there must have been certainly in these 500-600 years a period where certainly the shroud wasn't just hidden in a wall in Edessa. And I think it is also problematic if we imagine, I mean, this would have probably been a very humid place. So how would the shroud have remained preserved in such a place for hundreds of years?
Right. And that is actually a good point, Otangelo. It was brought up by Professor Robert Drews back in 1983. He wrote a book on the shroud, and one of his criticisms of the Byzantine legend that made this claim that Wilson eventually glommed on is that the shroud could not have been in the condition we see it today if it had been in a damp wall for 500 years.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
But that might be something that if you're going to redo your book, you could put that. That would be a very interesting and fair-handed. You know, your book begins on the in this chapter with the title is the image emerges from the wall. That's where you start. You don't have anything before that of how the image got in the wall, who says it's there, whether it makes any sense. So if I was going to try to be the most comprehensive, I certainly would hit on that maybe in your next edition.
Well, I mean, if I've not mentioned it before, because the what we have is so thin, but what I think is important, and you'll see in the image, that I put the Apgar legend and the shroud in the wall in Edessa as legend. I mark it as legend, and I really leave that very clear in all my presentations. I say, this is a legend, this is not history. And then I come to 944, and there I characterize as documented history.
Well, it's documented only because Evagrius said it about 50 years later. It's not in the chronicles of the Byzantine chroniclers, but that's fine. That's why I say I might not draw the same inferences you do or give that much shrift to Evagrius as you do, but I understand you're not making it up. That's the inference that you're taking. I get that. We agree to disagree on that. That's all.
Yeah.
But I will say this: Wilson says that the image was found in the wall while the walls were being repaired because of the flood. And there's not any kind of text whatsoever that says that. Evagrius merely says that there was the Edessans brought it out. It doesn't say where they got it from. And Stephen Runciman thinks they got it from some cellar in Edessa. And the legend itself, the Byzantine legend, says that some mysterious woman appeared in a vision to the bishop of Edessa and told him where to find this. So what you have to understand there is, because you're pushing for the Wilson hypothesis, but part of his hypothesis is It was discovered in a wall by the workmen, and he's got no evidence of that whatsoever. And yet, I can't tell you how many Shroud conferences and lectures I've been to, or what I've seen in YouTube, where people are enunciating that as a historical fact.
Well, Jack, it's not just about this. It's not just about this, but unfortunately, what we see currently is a literal swamp of Shroud promoters which overstate so many facts and which are inaccurate. And I mean, I have thought about this in recent times. I mean, of course, we want people that are authenticists, which promote the Shroud as the true burial cloth of Jesus. But when you start to overstate so many things, then this at a certain point, rather than being positive, it becomes something negative.
You're right. And that's what I did one of my papers on in St. Louis. I don't know if you were there for that, but it was exactly on that date and how.
So I give really a great deal in regards of stating true facts, or portray things as they really are, not overstating them. And I fully understand the problems which come with using artificial intelligence as a tool. I have had many discussions and exchanges in regards of this, and people have looked on my work with kind of a skeptical eye because I use AI. And some have discredited me altogether because of that. And I mean, I always say I am fully aware about the problems which come with artificial intelligence, with the limits, with hallucinations, which things that are simply stated as facts. And when you go and scrutinize them, then they are unraveled as not true. And that's a true problem which someone which uses AI has to deal with. But on the other side, it has brought me a great deal of positive things. And I think I couldn't do what I am doing without AI. And I am fully open with it. And I write that in the introduction of my book. And I think nobody should hide today when using AI. There is no shame whatsoever. And if anyone shames someone for using AI, then I would say, well, shame on you that you use a car, because you should.
I'll give you a good example. I'll give you a good example. You say in your book that the word tetragypon appears in the Narratio de Imagina Adicina. You say that twice in your book. And that term doesn't appear in that text at all. It appears in the Acts of Thaddeus. So I don't know where you got that. I assume you got it from AI. And where I am critical of you for this is that you have said, you represented that you verified all the statements that you've made there. So the only way you could really, honestly verify the truth of that statement is to go read that entire text. And I know that you haven't. Like you said, you couldn't get the work out that fast doing it. And if you try to check it throughout other AIs, they may not have it correctly. But I'm reading it, Hugh Farry is reading it, Nicolotti's reading it. You're into our territory now, history. We're reading this stuff, and then we see you come out with things that says that there are things in text that aren't there, or they're misquoted. And so that's all I'm saying, bringing to your attention. This is what I have in my presentation, because it's not the only instance of that. I'm not saying that you're doing it to intentionally lie or intentionally deceive. I'm just simply saying that when you use AI like that, and it's so faulty in terms of what it does, then I think you do owe an obligation to do what you said you were going to do, and that is verify it. And the only way you can verify it is to go to the original text, or at least if it's in Greek or something, some honest translation of that original text. That's where you have to do it. You can't say, well, this is what AI told me, and I'm going to put it out there.
Well, I am doing that, and there are things which I've seen that were wrong and which I've corrected, and then re-uploaded also my book on Amazon. So this is a process which I'm still on doing. But again, I mean, I am not hiding that this is a problem. What I am trying is to minimize it as much as possible and to remove everything which is incorrect. There are things like, if you say that the paper on on the radiation hypothesis of the VOV of Paolo Di Lazzaro, that he was the leading scientist when it was Baldacchini. Well, these are things which AI states wrong, and when you read it, then you know, oh, this is wrong, it has to be corrected, which I am doing, you know.
Yeah.
So again, I am fully aware of the setbacks, of the possible errors, but what we need to do, and what I am doing, is really hunting these errors and remove them and correct it.
Well, why don't we get on to Gregory Referendarius, at least have one substantive back and forth on that. I think that, Dale, you are promoting it as a piece of evidence that the shroud was or the image of Edessa was the shroud. I've read what you said in the book. And by the way, I've also read what you said in that paper that you wrote. And I do think you're saying two different things here. I agree with what you said in your paper, but not about what you said on the book. So what is your the basis of your claim that that text supports the idea that the image of Edessa was the shroud?
So, was that aimed at me or Otangelo?
Otangelo, I think.
Okay.
Did he leave us, or is he there?
I think just temporarily. Yeah, he's muted and he's off video there. But I know he said he had to go at the 2-hour mark, so that's why I was trying to step in and say I know we're at.
And we never got to the substance very much. Yes.
So yeah, hopefully he'll come back. But okay. So while we're waiting for Otangelo, let me ask this to you then, Jack, and if you know. Okay, so let's say this. We know that you guys have differences of opinions on certain evidence, right? So you will accept evidence from text that he won't, and vice versa. Of the evidence that you guys might agree on, so you guys would agree perhaps on the Sudarium of Oviedo or the coin's evidences and stuff. Of the evidence that you guys might do agree on, is there anything that you think is indicative of one hypothesis over the other, or are on that front they're mutually consistent with both?
Well, I think the distinction that needs to be made here is that you're talking about the hypotheses and not the history per se. So if we have a historical document such as the Latin Sermon, and it was written in 988, and it now changes the Abgar legend, and no longer are you referring to a face, you're referring to an entire body image on a piece of linen. Okay? If you go to the Wilson hypothesis, which is what Otangelo is advancing, they didn't take apart the Wilson contraption, the Wilson device, until a little before 1130. So in 988, you had the Wilson device, if his hypothesis is correct. How could they possibly know in 988 that there's a body image on a cloth if they're referring to the Mandylion, and the Mandylion is still framed and nailed and trellised? So do I and Otangelo agree that the Latin Sermon is a critical document, and that do we agree that it refers to a full body image on linen? Yes, of course, we agree on that, and that helps the authenticity case. But all he wants to do is then make that proof of the Wilson hypothesis, meaning then that it's a reference to the Mandylion, the former image of Edessa, and it couldn't be if, according to Wilson, that's continued to be framed and nailed, etc. at that time. This is what they never think through. It's not what they explain. And so, yeah, there are texts on which we agree. He mentioned, for example, Dale, the Justinian coin of 692. We both agree that that's a coin that was based on the image of the shroud. Now, where was that image taken from? If the shroud itself was being held, confidentially somewhere in Edessa or in Constantinople, it's obviously been taken from one of the images that have been based on the shroud. He wants to say that it's the image of Edessa. I say I don't think it could be the image of Edessa, because you couldn't get a Byzantine into Edessa in 692. They had been at war with the Byzantines for the past 50 years. So it came from exactly where you would expect the Byzantine coin to be minted in Constantinople, and that is where the image of God incarnate was at that time. So we see the same evidence and we relate it to the shroud, but the difference is Otangelo and others of his bent on these issues, always trying to refer those kind of references to the image of Edessa. When it's so obvious that it's a Byzantine source, it's got to come from Byzantium and specifically Constantinople.
All right, yeah. So I've tried my best to reach out to Otangelo while you were answering that. I've left the private chat and in the email. So
I guess he just dropped out.
I guess so. Yeah, maybe he doesn't know he's still on here, but yeah, if he does come back, we'll give him a final word. And I just want to say, yeah, first of all, thank you to Otangelo and to you, Jack, for doing this discussion together. Obviously, we're going to continue on with your presentation, but in terms of the discussion part, sure, it started off in a little bit of a bad place, and that's my fault as the host. I should have maybe organized the format.
I don't blame you, Dale, because I mean, in terms of the way that it was structured, yes. But the reason that I got bent out of shape on this is he did that introduction, and you've got to go back and look at it. I listen to things very closely, being an ex-lawyer, and I hear what he's saying, and he eventually came out with it. He was treating it as if my hypothesis is based on nothing at times, that I make things up, that I take inferences that a reasonable person couldn't take, and none of that is true. If he doesn't agree with it, I don't have any problem. I debate it with Hugh Farry. He doesn't agree with my conclusions. I don't agree with his. But neither of us is accusing the other one of being dishonest or lazy or incompetent. And that's the way that opening came out to me. So that's kind of why I shot out of the cannon like that. I didn't intend to try to make this argumentative or confrontational with the
I think by the end, I think by the end, you guys did kind of work that out, and you guys were, the last half an hour or so, you guys were definitely having a good conversation.
Yeah, it got more constructive. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to assume that Otangelo is out. But, Otangelo, if you do want to join in because you're still on the StreamYard, feel free to unmute yourself and do so. But for right now, I'm going to assume that you're gone. So, Jack, I will bring up your PowerPoints, and,
Okay.
yeah, we can continue on with your presentation.
All right. Let me try to get back to where we were. I think you were on the slide that talked about the portraitization that was done by Agai. We got past that. And we got past where Wilson is now using the Byzantine legend, and that's not helping him out completely. So if you could go to the slide, Dale, that says problem and unwrappable cloth, and it has the, that's it. That's good. Okay, so when Wilson goes to the Byzantine legend, he really should have to take it in full or not use it at all. And we see that he doesn't do that. He won't use the legend about how the shroud was rediscovered. He'd rather have something that makes more sense. So he doesn't use that. But anyway, he's into the Byzantine legend now, so that he can get the cloth to Edessa after Jesus' death. But this is what that legend then says. After Jesus' death, Thaddeus goes to Edessa, and he presents the image to Abgar. Abgar is cured, and then the text says, the king put the cloth, quote, round his head, unquote, and then professed his belief in Jesus. And so how can that legendary text be true if the shroud is in the form that Wilson says that it's in at this time? You can see that when you get to the end here, you've got an unbendable fixed cloth with a frame. And so there's no way that Abgar would have been able to bend that around his head. So even the legends are not really working for Wilson at this point in terms of the way that he's presented it. Okay.
Jack, I do see Otangelo has come back. So, yeah, I can just temporarily hang on. Yeah, Otangelo. So what's your situation? Because I know you had to go at the 2 hour mark. So what's your situation on your end?
Yeah, I have had to take care of some things, but I'm trying to extend my stay here. So
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. You got muted there. So you can extend
yeah,
your stay.
can you hear me now?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll try to extend my stay as far
Awesome.
as possible. Sometimes I have to do some things and I'll stay away, but I'll
No
try
problem.
to stay as much as possible. Okay.
Okay, so here's what we'll do then. Well, we will go over Jack's presentation, and then, like I said, you step in anytime Jack says something you disagree with or you want to discuss with him. Just jump right in, and yeah, stay as long as you can, kind of thing. So yeah, that's cool with everybody? Jack and Otangelo,
That's fine with me. Yep.
Otangelo, you're good with that, or?
Yeah, in a half an hour or so, I'll have to stay away for some time, maybe 15 minutes, half an hour or so. But,
Okay. So yeah, so listen up to Jack's presentation, and Otangelo, jump in anytime you want if you object.
Okay.
Okay, next slide then, Dale. So there's other problems with the Abgar legend, and that is it's apocryphal, it's a pious fraud, it's allegorical, and it was composed after the year 200. I'll try to move fast through these because we've spent so much time already, but in the late 5th century, Pope Gelasius actually made a decree saying that part of the Abgar legend that talked about the correspondence between Jesus and Abgar was apocryphal. In other words, it was just purely legendary, didn't happen. Now, he didn't specifically mention the image part of it, but once you're going to say that a legend is apocryphal, it's kind of hard to say, well, this part is and this part isn't. So I think it does raise some questions there. J.B. Siegel is the most eminent historian of Edessa, so you would think his opinion would mean something. And he's declared that the Abgar legend is one of the most successful pious frauds of antiquity. And so it's another case where it just didn't happen in the way that the legend tells the story. There was no image of Jesus that went to Edessa in the 1st century with Abgar V. Siegel, though, says that every legend has a substratum of fact that it is based on. And a number of scholars, and I'm not going to go through the list of them, but I'll supply them to anybody who wants to know, they've concluded the Abgar legend is really an allegorical account of the actual historical conversion of King Abgar the Great that was in the late 2nd century. Michael Thomas, the historian I spoke of before, says, quote, "The legend of Abgar seems to date from the reign of Abgar the Great, but it was cast as if it was recording the actual events from 150 years earlier," unquote. That's the position of academia. I would think that we would want authenticist syndenology to at least have enough credibility that it meets the standards of what the academics are saying actually happened in history. Wilson himself, in his 98 book, said, "I could have this all wrong. This could be an allegorical tale that happened at the end of the 2nd century." And then the Doctrine of Adi, which is it is the text from around 400. In telling its story, it mentions a number of personages who were alive in the late 2nd century. One of them is Bishop Palut of Edessa, and he became the Bishop of Edessa in the year 200. That's documented. And so for that to be in the legend, that means that this version of the Abgar legend could not have been composed any earlier than the year 200. And so it was written at least 170 years after the events that it's supposedly describing from around Jesus' lifetime. And both Eusebius and the author of the Doctrine of Adi said they found this text in the royal archives of Edessa. And there were no royal archives of Edessa after the year 252. That's when the kingship ended in Edessa. So we can pretty much date the Abgar legend, the Doctrine of Adi, between 200 and 242. All right, next slide, please. So Wilson has struck out on historical evidence. There is none. He's kind of struck out on legendary evidence because it doesn't help him, and he's made some things up that are not in the legend, not consistent. So we now go to the next thing, which is semantical evidence, which is basically the use of the term tetradiphon. And you have to get to the year 630. I think that's the best estimate of when the Acts of Thaddeus were written. I think Andrew Palmer, who's a noted historian, has selected that date. And so it's a story where Abdar's servant, Hanan, can't paint Jesus' face. It's different from before where he could. And Jesus sees he's having a problem, and he washes and dries his face with the tetradiphon. And he's not here. Next slide, please. So, this is put out as, some kind of big evidence, the use of the word tetradiphon. If you read Wilson in his main text, he said, these are his words, they're in quote, the actual meaning is doubled in 4. Next slide. And he gets that because tetra means 4, diphon means doubled. But Wilson says in his text, it's unqualified, that's the meaning of it. But now you go to an endnote. He's got like a little note after this, which a lot of people aren't going to read. They're not reading endnotes. And here in his endnote, he says the word tetradiphon is not even in the Liddell and Scott Greek lexicon. And from the lexicon of patristic Greek, it appears to be only used in this passage in all literature. Next slide. And then he says, and look at his words, it seems to mean, whenever anybody puts seems, it's an interpretation. Seems to mean doubled, then redoubled, then doubled again, i.e. doubled 3 times. Well, that wouldn't fit tetra. So he has to say, which has the effect of doubling in 4, producing 4 by 2 ply folds, essentially. The next one. So Wilson is by this saying that tetradiphon is a one-off term. It's of unsettled meaning. The meaning doubled in 4, which he's picked out as just his personal interpretation. And by the way, it's the interpretation which conveniently supports his hypothesis. If you ask me, my interpretation is tetradiphon seems to mean, using his terminology, doubled 4 times, which has the effect of doubling in 8. That produces 2. It produces 8 2-ply folds. Next slide. Okay. I'm sorry, go back. So this is Wilson's creation. It's doubled 3 times. Those folds are there in the center register. That makes it a tridiphon, not a tetradiphon. 3 folds. There's a historian by the name of Charles Freeman that you might be familiar with. At one time he wrote a lot about the shroud. He points out that tetradiphon, the way it's used in the text, it's what the cloth was before Jesus wiped his face with it. In other words, you had a cloth that was folded, however a tetradiphon would be folded. Jesus was handed that cloth and dried his face. So that's it. There's a face image on a 4-folded cloth. It's not that there's a body image and that's been folded 4 times. The next slide, please.
I'm just kind of curious for you, Otangelo. What is your take on this tetradiphon and it's only the face issue? Do you find that to be an issue for the image of Odessa? Because I know you've got a nuanced view. So, is that an issue for you?
I think that the explanation is pretty convincing, especially if you see the investigation which was made by John Jackson in regards of the folding marks on the shroud. There we can see that at some time it was folded also for the exposition in Constantinople in the Blancherney church. So I think this is good empirical material evidence that at some point in the past, the shroud was folded and kept folded for good periods of time and then left their marks.
Okay. All right. Cool. Next slide there.
Yeah, I've got a response to that, but I'm coming to it. This is something that Charles Freeman published. This is from the, no, you had it right. The other slide. That's it. This is from a frieze on the Parthenon. And there's a cloth that he says has been folded as a tetradiphon. So there's no magic in this. There were large cloths, and depending on their size, you could easily fold them into a smaller cloth, and you could get something that somebody might call a tetradiphon, and it was usable in that form. They didn't keep it around for a burial cloth, or didn't use a burial cloth and fold it that way necessarily. Freeman also points out that what I have, and that is if you doubled 4 times, that folding would cut right through the face of the man of the shroud. Of course, that wouldn't work. Next slide, please. Yeah. So it's a simple fact that a portrait of Jesus cannot be produced by doubling the shroud 4 times. That's just a simple fact. And the next slide. And if that's true, then you have a simple conclusion. The term tetradiphon does not accurately describe Wilson's suggested portraiture of the shroud. Next slide. And this is what Otangelo Grasso says about it. In the main text of his book, he says the term tetradiphon is precise, and it means doubled in floor. That's a quote from him. The term tetradiphon is precise, and it means doubled in 4. So doubled in 4, he uses Wilson's term, but he also says it's precise. And we've seen that it's not precise. I mean, it's not just me and Charles Freeman. It's and Nicolati, and it's a number of people who have looked at that term and who have interpreted it quite differently. Next slide, please. But this is where Otangelo kind of confesses, really, because he has an image and he puts a caption, and the caption says the term tetradiphon's, quote, Greek compound formation creates some interpretive ambiguity, again, around its precise folding configuration. That I agree with. I think that's perfectly true. It contradicts what he said in the other text. And the whole thing is that, I think I read this in the beginning, he says his reconstruction is based upon textual precision. Well, so much of it's based on the tetradiphon, and he's saying that this is interpretive ambiguity, and that's not precise. So I think that's a contradictory statement, but I think it tends to show that you really can't make a solid argument about this tetradiphon term, because it's just it's not fixed. It's the only time the term is used.
Yeah. Maybe let me clarify what I mean by that. When I say the term itself, it is precise what it means. That is one thing. Now, applied to the shroud and its folding, there you can certainly make different interpretations if that term effectively fits perfectly to the shroud.
Right. Well, I agree with that. I'm glad you said that. But my final point stays the same. If, as it regards to the shroud, there's interpretive ambiguity, then it's not precise when it comes to the shroud, and therefore any argument that's being made about tetradiphon being proof of Wilson's hypothesis is entirely imprecise, and it's subject to interpretation. It's not very strong proof. That's why nobody really has ever accepted it, except the church crowds who they preach this thing to.
Well, I think this is precisely the thing of which we talked before, is that there is always room of interpretation, and there is where I think we should just respect when someone disagrees with your or my interpretation in regards of the facts.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm just pointing out that in your book, you use an interpretive term, and then you interpret it as what your evidence is. From what you're saying now, maybe this shouldn't have been mentioned at all. If the rule is anything that is argumentative or subject to interpretation isn't valuable, then it just shouldn't be here. I don't believe that, by the way. I believe that we should have these terms and people should argue for why they think it should be interpreted a certain way. And I tried to show in terms of how the folding goes that I don't think this is the folding anyway. But
yeah, I think that it should be left to the reader to make up his mind. But
Yeah.
I think it is important that what we have, that it is presented so people can know we have this. What does it mean? There are different interpretations, but in the end, it's the reader which has to make up his mind.
Right, right. And I think by saying that, then it's not really a strong piece of evidence. If I have a piece of evidence, and I think my opinion is, for example, that the Hymn of the Pearl is a reference to the Shroud, and I feel very strongly about that, and so did Kim Dreisbach and some other people. But if you or other people don't think that that's so strong, I can look at that and say, well, it has another reading. So I'm not emphasizing that as an absolute positive proof. But I do think that it's there, and I do think that for some people it will be a strong proof. So take it or leave it.
Can I just ask you very quickly, and then I'll let you move on, or let you and Otangelo continue. But Otangelo did mention that there is some empirical evidence from John Jackson and the.
Oh, I'm going to get to that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Remember, enough. I just did history, legend. I'm in semantic, and I'm going to get to science.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, next slide, please. I've said this before. Otangelo says the term tetradiphon was used in the 10th century. Narratio, it was not. If he can find that, I'll apologize to him, but I've read it several times. I don't think it's there. I think that's why Wilson is saying it's a one-time use term and it's in the Acts of Thaddeus. So again, this is like bad information that he's putting out there, probably from AI, but it's incorrect. And it's really very dangerous because if you think they're using tetradiphon when they bring the image of Edessa into Constantinople, then you think you have some substantial proof that the term tetradiphon hooks up from the 7th century to the 10th century. That's just not true. All right, next. He also says the tetradiphon appears nowhere in classical Greek literature other than the Narratio. Well, it's a mistake that he said Narratio to begin with. But he himself has pointed out that there is a manuscript, a Greek manuscript in 1096, in which the term tetradiphon is used in, I think it's in some kind of a church service. And of course, it's used in the Acts of Thaddeus. So that's a wrong and incorrect statement. And again, I just say that if Otangelo was actually doing the verification by reading these texts, he would know that, or he should know that. I can't believe he read it and then he would put a false statement like this. So it's pretty obvious to me that he's basing so much of this on AI, and so much of the AI information is wrong. Okay, next slide. I won't overdo this one, but this is the graphic that Otangelo has in his book with the folding. And what my objection is to it, why I think it's misleading, if you take a look at the description that he has on there, he is saying that there are 4 folds because he considers the second fold, which creates an extra layer, to be 2 folds. But it's not. You can see even on this, it's come right down the center register, and it's 3 folds. So it's really a tridiphon. And this is just another way to try to get someone through interpretation to call it a tetradiphon. Okay, next one. Yeah, and Wilson kind of loses his mind here in this chapter. He brings up the possibility that the folds were countable because he's got this tetradiphon term and he really wants to use it. So he says, could the writer of the Acts of Thaddeus be trying to say that he saw a cloth doubled in 4? Perhaps, he says, the the folds were actually countable at the edges. But if you go to the next slide, please. You've got this frame attached to it. You've got nails on both sides of it. It's pretty obvious that no one's taking this apart to count folds at this point. And he says it's in the shape until about 1130. And I did a little experiment with the cloth myself. And if you did fold this in the way that Wilson is saying, and you looked at the top, you'd only have 3 folds. If you looked at the bottom, you'd only have 1 fold. You know, the only place you're going to see the 3 folds is going to be on the sides of that kind of contraption, which he imagines. And why I say I think he's losing his mind is that he's suggesting this in the middle of a hypothesis, which is sine qua non is no one dismantled this until about 1130. That's his whole hypothesis depends on this. So why he's bringing this up now? He wants to use the term tetradiplon to his advantage, but it makes no sense that anybody would be able to count the edges of the cloth per the way that he has said that the icon was mounted at that time. Okay. Just a couple of quick things here. The Acts of Thaddeus is a Greek text. It's not a Syriac text, a Syriac text. So it was written by a Greek who was more likely familiar with the image of God incarnate than with the image of Edessa, especially if that's under Muslim control. And then there's Abel Cameron, who Otangelo says some very nice things about this book. I'm glad to see that. He's one of the first people to do that. She's usually considered the devil by authenticists, but she's a very brilliant professor, really knows her Byzantine history. And she has said that the Byzantines did not even learn of the existence of the image of Edessa until sometime after 726. That means after there was the iconoclastic controversy. And that Byzantines did not become familiar with what the image of Edessa looked like until sometime in the 9th century. So it's pretty obvious from that if you have a Greek writer who is talking about tetradiplon, he's not talking about the image of Edessa because they don't even know what it looks like. In fact, in 630, for most of them, they didn't even know it existed. I guess the people who read Evagrius, if Evagrius actually wrote that in 593, they might know about it. But if Evagrius wrote it, as a lot of scholars think, in around 787, then they wouldn't know about it.
So, Jack, just so you know, the slide we're seeing is talking about scientific evidence. So, am I on the right slide, or?
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. I'm just making some comments on the previous slide. There's a professor by the name of Han J.W. Drivers. He's very, very prominent, and he says that by the 8th century, which is what we're talking about, the 700s, the legend of the Edessa image and the legend of the Constantinople image had become virtually interchangeable. And so, you know, even if the Acts of Thaddeus might be referring to the Abgar legend, at that time the two legends have intermixed. So he could very well have been referencing the image of God incarnate. All right, I've got arguments here for why it's the image of Edessa, but the image of God incarnate, but I'm not going to go through that. I simply want to say, so that things will stay in context, that my hypothesis is that the Shroud went to Constantinople in 540. It explains all these things that happened in Constantinople after 540, including the Pantocrator images. It's documented as having been carried through Anatolia from 554 to 560. It's in the relic collection in 574. It's used as the palladium of the Byzantine Empire until 641. Copies of its images, this is all documented, this is not made out. Copies of its images are displayed on Byzantine military labara. And in 626, when the Avars laid siege to Constantinople, they brought out the image of God incarnate as a palladium. That's why I believe that Evagrius in telling the Odessa story, wrote that's an interpolation after 626. It's really a retelling of what happened in Constantinople in 626.
No, Otangelo, I just wanted to bring in Otangelo. What? So you've heard Jack mentioning this image of God incarnate cloth that's going around in Antioch to Constantinople and in Asia Minor. I'm just curious, like, what do you think that is, in your opinion? What is that? Since it's not the shroud, do you have any opinion?
Well, I would honestly, I confess that I'm ignorant of this information. Okay, so I would really love to know more about it. Maybe after our stream, Jack can send me some information so I can itinerate myself on it. But my primary doubt is that if the cloth was in Constantinople during the iconoclast era, and I mean, it would have been a prime image of Christ, and everyone in the Byzantine Empire would know about it, then I think this would be a prime target to destroy. And for me, at least, it seems very convincing that it was in Edessa during this time period, which was Muslim governed. And because of that, it was unreachable during that period where images were destroyed. And that's why it remained preserved. Maybe Jack can comment on this idea.
Yes, I will. I read that in your book. And if you just allow me to defer on that for a moment and just kind of finish up with this, if I could. But I will say that, Otangelo, this was what my objection was before. If you don't know really what the image of God incarnate was, and if you don't know, and I've only mentioned a couple of things of its history in Constantinople since 540, I don't know how you could possibly judge my hypothesis against Wilson's, because some of the stuff I've given you is kind of the strongest argument for the image of God incarnate. It's the information that was not known because of Wilson. Wilson was aware of that, and he never wrote a thing about it. And it is what I have in my 2014 paper, 76 pages. It's what I have in my book. And so it's really incumbent on you to read what I've written about. Then if you disagree with it, you don't understand it or whatever, then I can understand it. But this is stuff that really, to come out and write a book on Shroud history and then to write a paper judging two hypotheses, this is kind of information you just absolutely have to have. So I would just suggest that you do that.
Yeah,
okay.
No, I accept your criticism on my ignorance in specific in regards of this topic. But as I said previously, I am open to itinerate myself on it and read about this and make my opinion. And if I think this is sound, then I certainly will incorporate it or add it to my body of publications.
Okay. So in any event, let's go to the next slide, because that'll get me to the scientific evidence, and then I think I go to iconoclasm. Now, in the scientific evidence, and I'm glad Otangelo said what he said today, because this is what I think is so faulty was in his book. These are possible fold creases. That's what it is. The idea here is that Wilson is right because there are fold creases in the cloth that would indicate that the cloth was folded as a tetradiphon at one time. Now, this wasn't known to Wilson in 1978 because John Jackson is the one that did this experimentation, and he did this in 1983. He wrote an article. And I must say that I don't believe, Otangelo, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that Otangelo Grasso has read this article, because I don't know how he could read this article and make the statements that he's made. I'm suspecting he got this from AI as well. But Jackson wondered, as a scientist.
Well, if you're referencing to Jackson's 1984 article,
I have 83, but it could be 84. Could be 84.
Yeah. Then I have actually read the
okay,
article.
well then maybe you'll be able to answer some of my questions, because I don't know how you could come to those conclusions. The next slide, please, Dale. So this is Jackson's sketch of what he's looking at. He's got certain lines where things could be crease marks. But I'm quoting from Jackson now in his report. He said, examining the shroud marks for possible Mandylion faux mark is not possible. That's what he said, until the shroud is again made available for scientific examination. We must instead rely upon available photographic data. So he never saw the shroud again for examination after 1978. And so the only thing that can be done is what he calls a preliminary evaluation. What he looks on here, what the sketch shows, he sees one continuous fold mark structure, something that really looks like a fold mark. Then he's got several probable fold marks. He's got several tentative fold marks. And then he's not able to find the fold mark. There's none visible where he would expect one to be in the tetradiphon hypothesis. And Jackson says this, in these identifications, a degree of subjectivity is involved, especially since a multitude of other crease marks are apparent over the entire surface of the shroud. Next slide, please. So these are Jackson's conclusions. Certain features seem consistent and perhaps suggestive of such a folding. 2, the conclusions reached in this paper should be considered preliminary until such time as direct physical inspection of the shroud can be performed. And 3, no claim is made of having demonstrated Mandylion fold lines on the shroud. Okay?
Yes, so I would like to interject here. Again, what we are doing here is just forming inferences and opinions which are based on vague evidence. I agree with you on that, but there is evidence. There is John Jackson's paper. There are people which think it is plausible to believe that the shroud was folded the way as it is described. So what I think is we are warranted to put this out, that this exists, and then anyone which reads it makes up his mind if it is convincing or not.
This is what you said, Otangelo. This is in your book. John Jackson mapped shroud creases into a pattern consistent with repeated storage as a tetradiphon over a long period. These creases corroborate the textual claim of tetradiphon folding. And that is not what he found. He said just the opposite. He said there might be something there that would take a physical examination. And in all likelihood, you're not going to get another physical examination because whatever they did in that fiasco with the shroud in 2002, they probably, those whatever might have been fold creases may not be there anymore. But I think it's...
What I read here is certain features seem consistent and perhaps suggestive of such folding. So I took that, and I didn't take only his information as in as much as other sources like Wilson, and I said, well, to me it seems
what
plausible.
Information did Wilson have?
I am not presenting this as absolute proof or something like that. It is important that we portray it for what it is, and that there is room of interpretation.
I just read your statement to you. John Jackson mapped shroud creases into a pattern consistent with repeated storage as a tetradiphon. These creases corroborate the textual claim of tetradiphon folding. They do not. John Jackson says no claim is made of having demonstrated Mandylion fold lines. That's what the problem is. If this is the way that you're reading it, if you're reading Jackson's conclusions as I have them here versus what you put in the book, they're two different things altogether.
Well, I think that if you are talking about demonstrating in an absolute sense, then yes, you are. I agree with you here, Jack. But what I am saying is that in my understanding, the preponderant evidence, not only Jackson's, but other sources, point to a probable truthfulness of that folding pattern.
What are the other sources about shroud creases in the shroud other than Jackson? He's the only one that I know that ever did this. What are these other sources you're talking about?
I'm referencing Wilson, which also thinks it is convincing.
Who cares what he thinks? What is your proof? What is Wilson's
Again,
proof? What
we are
does he
not
say?
talking about proofs. We cannot talk in
Oh, come
absolute
on.
sense about
Okay.
proofs, Jack.
I kind of give up on
You
that.
can't
Really,
about your hypotheses. So we
okay.
need to make a clear distinction here when we talk about absolute proof and when
Well,
we talk about
why don't you do that in your book instead of saying John Jackson found these creases to corroborate? Why don't you say John Jackson found features that seem consistent and may be suggestive, but he did not demonstrate. They do not demonstrate Mandylion full line. Why are you so positive in putting that out?
Terms that are used. I'm sorry, Jack, but I mean, okay, whatever.
Jack, can I just ask you? I'm just kind of curious. So assuming that there are these fold patterns that Dr. John Jackson is talking about, I'm just kind of curious. How would that be explained on the Image of God Incarnate?
Well, it's very easy because I think the shroud would be folded this way for what I would call respectful storage. If you were in possession of the shroud, let's say in Constantinople, and you were going to put it into storage, you would probably fold it in a way in which Jesus' face would still be revealed in this way. And then you would put it into a chest or a drawer or whatever it would be. And that would be very easy if somebody wanted to come in and see it, and if they had a preference, as they apparently did, to show only the face. But this is not proof that the shroud was then, from that folding pattern, made into this contraption that Wilson invented. There's no evidence there of it being framed in that way or being trellised in that way. So, you know,
we are in agreement again, Jack. I also don't think that we can talk about proof. What we can talk about is that it is indicative and it is okay to make that inference, but of course that is an inference and it is an opinion. It is not proof. So we agree on that.
My complaint here is the way that you expressed it in the book. It doesn't come as an inference. It seems as if you say, I have scientific proof here through John Jackson, and this is what he concluded. And it's very obvious that he did not conclude that. Anybody can read the plain language of him. If anything, I could go and say Jackson's findings really don't mean that much. They didn't disprove. They certainly didn't prove. So they're kind of like a net nullity. And he himself understands that what really needs to be done is another inspection, close-up inspection, where maybe he can get some evidence that could push it one way or the other. But that's not proof. And yet Wilson, after Jackson came out with this finding in 1983 or so, Wilson in his next book was putting it in there just like you did, as if it was some kind of proof rather than no proof at all, really, when it comes down to it. Okay. So next slide, please. So, yes, I read that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this brings me to the end of Proposition 1. This is by far the longest proposition because it's the most important one and it covers such a long period of time. But it comes down to this. There's no cogent historical, legendary, semantical, or scientific evidence that's been proffered in support of Wilson's Proposition 1. And so therefore, this proposition fails. Its establishment was a sine qua non of the validity of the Mandylion hypothesis. And I could very well just say, well, that kind of ends the story. It doesn't matter what the other propositions is, unless and until this initial basic foundational proposition is established, the rest of it doesn't mean anything. And that's how I absolutely feel. But we can go on, and I want to go on for informational elucidation purposes and take on some of these other things. This doesn't prove that the Image of God Incarnate is or was the shroud, but it does pretty much prove in my mind that the image of Odessa was not. Okay, next slide, please. So here's Proposition 2. In 57 AD, Abgar's younger son, a pagan, began to persecute Christians, and the portraited shroud was hidden in the niche of the city's walls, where it lay forgotten and lost for almost 5 centuries. Okay, next slide, please. Proffered evidence. Next slide, please. Let's see what Wilson's come up with. Historical evidence, there's none. Nothing about this persecution or this son or being anything happening, an image being put in the wall. And remember, this is a historical hypothesis. That there's no historical evidence. Next slide. Legendary evidence. Well, you have to skip all the Abgar legends until you get to the one that the Byzantines published in 945, because none of the other ones say anything about the image being in the wall. Now, the 945 legend, the Byzantines were smart. They said, we have this image here now, and we really don't have a history for it. We just have this old legend that takes back to around Jesus' death, and we have no history after that. So we got to come up with something. And this is where they say Abgar got the portrait, he fixed it to a board, he adorned it with gold, and then he put it, Abgar himself put it in this cylindrical semicircle at the city gate. Which is odd because the doctrine of Adai, which is the older and more valued legend, says Abgar had the portrait placed in a panel. So there's a contradiction even between the older legend and what the Byzantines are coming up with. And then the legend goes on to say, well, there was this persecution, and the bishop of Edessa, which Edessa probably didn't even have a bishop at that time, sealed the image into this cylindrical area. He used gypsum, he used baked bricks, and then Abgar's son abandoned his plan to destroy it. So why would the bishop conceal a portrait in the same place where it had been kept? How could the bishop have carried out the concealment without it having been noticed by the pagans? How could the pagan king not have noticed that the niche has now been covered up? And how could he not have reopened the niche in search of the portrait? None of this really makes any common sense whatsoever. And better still, how could this episode have been completely forgotten about and not put into any Abgar legend, and suddenly the Byzantines, in 945, they suddenly know what happened 900 years before that? Okay, again, this is something that Otangelo does not address in his book. Let's go to Proposition 3. Okay, until the 6th century, the portrait of Shroud lay forgotten and lost in the city walls. We kind of covered that. There's no proper historical evidence of this happening whatsoever. Again, we're into the third proposition of the historical hypothesis, and there's not a bit of history that's been told on this. The legendary evidence is just a continuation of that Byzantine legend. They said it happened. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is what I was quoting to Otangelo before. This was Robert Drews. He said what Otangelo said. It's obvious that this legend was composed to explain how a divinely created image could have gone uncelebrated for so many centuries. It's a sheer improbability that the cloth and its case could have emerged unspoiled after 500 years in the wall. Otangelo has agreed with that. So again, the entire Wilson hypothesis history, now going through into the 6th century, is not credible, not credible. And you need that history really to explain how it got to Edessa. This is where Otangelo, and I agree with him here, early Christians were a persecuted minority. Displaying the burial cloth would have been provocative and dangerous. The silence during this period is precisely what we would expect if the cloth existed but was kept in discreet, perhaps esoteric custody. You know what he's doing here? He's quoting me in the discipline of the secret. That's the essential of the. So it's crazy to me that he was critical today about, you know, these inferences and the discipline of the secret and trying to make the distinction. That's what he's pleading in his book. That's his explanation. And by the way, the explanation is inconsistent with the image being in the wall. So I don't get it. He's supporting Wilson's hypothesis. He's agreeing with what I'm saying, and he's rejecting everything in Wilson's hypothesis. It's crazy stuff. Okay, next slide, please.
Well, maybe a clarification here, Jack,
Sure.
just because otherwise I come through like inconsistent or contradictory.
Right.
I think, as I said previously, that I have always portrayed, and I keep portraying, the Apgar legend and the finding of the shroud in Edessa in the wall as legend. And this is so portrayed in my book. And I think that I disagree with anyone which claims that this is consolidated history. I think it's not, and we are on the same page here. But at the same time, I agree that it was probably not just kept hidden in the wall in Edessa, but somewhere else, precisely in order to preserve it, because otherwise it would have been destroyed.
Right.
So it was.
So where do you think it was? If it wasn't in Edessa and it wasn't in Antioch, where would you put it?
I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I think we should be honest about. That if there is no consolidated record or something which gives us some hint, then we just should leave it as an open question and not making up stories which then are just that.
So you're saying making up stories again? I'm not making up any stories.
No, I'm not accusing you. I am just speaking in general here.
Okay.
I think if there is some evidence or recorded place where it was kept, then okay, let's investigate, let's see, and if that's true, then let's propagate it. But if there isn't, then either we say, well, there is a legend, but it is a legend. We don't have any consolidated facts in regards of the history. Then let's portray it as what it is, a legend.
Okay. I'm with you there. Okay, next slide. Oh, wait, there.
Let me know what you think here on this idea, Jack, and you can say no, but just because I know Otangelo's, we don't know exactly how long we're going to have Otangelo. Do you think it might be good, since Otangelo's already said he denies the Apgar legend and the finding the shroud in the wall? Should we maybe move to the propositions he does affirm that's controversial? Obviously brought up Iconographic. Are you okay with moving forward to where Otangelo does endorse them, or?
Yeah, let's just I'll run. If you would just run through the slides with me, if I don't have any more comment, and maybe we can. I'm not sure where we move up. I guess by the time we get to the 6th century. So go to the next slide and see if we can just move through these quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. I've mentioned that already. Okay, this is where Otangelo actually begins this history. The image emerges from the wall, and he's quoting Evagrius. Next slide. The next proposition is that the shroud was really there in Edessa during the Persian siege. Next slide. Keep going. For that, there's Evagrius' history. That's basically all that you have. Next slide. Okay, so now we kind of get to the proposition 6, which is from 544 to 944, the shroud, the portraited shroud was known as the image of Edessa. This is where we have our differences. And so really the question is, what is the proof that once you know about that there is an image of God incarnate, and it's pretty famous and it's been out there, it's been a palladium, it's in Byzantium, why do you attribute any proofs after in this 400 period? Why do you attribute them to the image of Edessa as opposed to the image of God incarnate? It's easy for Wilson to do because he didn't recognize the image of God incarnate. It's been easy for Otangelo to do this because he only had limited information. But once he gets all the information, once he reads my book and he sees how active the image of God incarnate was in Byzantine history in the 6th and 7th century, then you'd have to say, well, then why is what we're seeing not a reflection of that image? Okay, let me just kind of catch up to where you are here, Dale. Give me 1 second. Okay.
While you're looking that up, Otangelo, I know you're not super familiar with Jack's theory, but anything to say on that? Do you think it could be equally plausible that the artwork is based on the image of God incarnate, or do you think no, it really is only the image of Edessa that could explain it?
No, as I said before, I am not biased towards anything. If Jack's proposition of God incarnate is plausible, then I see no reason why not to adopt it.
Okay.
I'm making progress here. Okay, thank you, Otangelo. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Go back to the last one, Dale. I think that's what I said. The image of Edessa may just be one of the many pantocrator type portraits of Jesus' face, which derived from the Shroud's facial image. You know, there were a lot of pantocrator images created at the end of the 6th century. And the people who have been supporting Wilson's hypothesis really have to consider the other possibility, and that is that was the image of Edessa was just one of these many pantocrator images. Next slide.
Well, maybe let me interject here, Jack. What I think is important is that these images along the centuries, and I outlined that much in a more broader sense in my first book, which is actually has more pages than my second book. And these images, they are all very similar. And I think that the Pantocrator is indeed a prototype which was used in the entire Byzantine Empire to make then the follow-up images, because they believed that the Pantocrator was an image which was made based on the Shroud.
Right. I agree with you 100% on what you just said. I think the only difference is that I believe that the Shroud was at that time the image of God incarnate, you know, and you're promoting that it was the image of Edessa. So we're looking kind of at proof of that. Okay, next slide. This is a statement that Otangelo makes, that the Shroud, what he calls the Shroud, was the image of Edessa, and it had fame that was spreading throughout Christendom. And what I want to emphasize here is that I want to go back to what it was that excuse me, that Abel Cameron said, and that is, I think this is something that has been created by Wilson. The image of Edessa, if Cameron is right, wasn't even known until 726. So, you know, you're talking about a period of the late 6th century, the 500s, in the 726. It didn't have fame, and its fame was not spreading throughout Christianity. It really became famous when they were leading up to the iconoclastic period and the council that they had in 787. So I think that statement is wrong, where it says for the next 4 centuries. The next slide, please. And I want to point out that, again, I don't know if Otangelo even knows this about it, but in academia land, the academics, including Abel Cameron, do not believe that the image of Edessa as it existed in the late 6th, 7th century was even an image on cloth. They have Syriac texts, you know, texts that were written in and around Edessa in the language of Syriac, which say that the image of Edessa at that time was a painting on wood. So it is Cameron's hypothesis that after the Acts of Thaddeus came out, and suddenly now the image is an image on cloth, that the Edessans substituted for this image that they had on wood. They substituted the cloth. I've suggested as a hypothesis that that image was actually a labarum that bore the image of the image of God Incarnate was carried by the armies of the Byzantine, and they were around Edessa. They had a big mutiny around Edessa, and that's what they did. That when you see what came into Constantinople finally in 944, it's a cloth that looks just like a labarum. So, but I think that statement is wrong. Okay, the next slide, Dale. I just go back one. I'm sorry, it's me that's not keeping up here. Proposition 7. Okay, so this is what you just asked Otangelo about. Wilson's proposition is that the shroud served as the archetype for unprecedented Byzantine pentacrystal images. I think I agree with that. I think Otangelo agrees with that. Wilson says that it's probably the one area where we have universal agreement that all these images were based on the shroud. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There's no historical evidence for it. The art evidence is the pentacrystal images. Next slide. And so these are Wilson's examples. And you got to remember that where he was a little bit, he held back really, is you would think in reading his first book that these images all came about like at the end of the 6th century, so after the supposed Persian siege. These are images made by the Byzantines in the period of, in the 540s and in the 560s. So this is right around the period where supposedly the image of Edessa is in Edessa. That first image there is from a church in Ravenna. It's definitely a pentacrystal image. And they know that that was put there in 547, it's documented. So it's hard to believe that that pentacrystal image was taken from the image of Edessa, which even if you believe Evagrius was still in Edessa, and it was used during the siege just 3 years before that. That next image is something called the Hams vase. That's datable a little bit later in the century, which I found surprising that Wilson used it, because it's not one of the first images. Next slide. Now here's the daddy of all. This is the one on the left. This is the famous Christ pentacrystal, which is in the St. Catherine Monastery. They know that that had to be created somewhere between 545 or 547 and 565, when Justinian no longer ruled. So they've got a pretty clear image of what the shroud image is in the 540s. Now, you tell me whether it's more likely they got that from an image that they had there in Constantinople at the time, or an image that was in Edessa that nobody has ever heard about, or nobody even hears about until Evagrius puts out his history in 593. That next item is also a pentacrystal face. And yes, okay, these things all have similarity to the shroud. And of course, many of them have Vignon markings, which, you know, have been attributed to as being signs of the shroud. I won't dwell on them. Let me go to Proposition 8. Now, this is where they differ. As the image, Wilson says, as the image of Edessa was the shroud, wink, wink, he thinks so. It served as the archetype for the shroud-like Byzantine pentacrystal images of Jesus. Well, if you just say that, if you just declare it, if you know that's what your theory is, then I guess you can say that it's the archetype. But there's no proof that the image of Edessa was ever used as the archetype, and it's unlikely that that's so in light of the existence of the image of God Incarnate.
I do have a question related to this then. So this one's for Otangelo. And then, let's pretend the shroud was the image of Edessa during this time in the 6th century going forward. How could the image of Edessa, it was in Edessa in Muslim hands. And I know Jack has kind of argued, well, it's historically implausible that Christian artists would be able to go to a Muslim city and look at a relic under heavy guard in order to copy the Pantocrator and stuff. So do you have any considerations as to the plausibility of Christian artists going to a Muslim city to copy the shroud?
Well, I am not knowing the exact date when Edessa went to Muslim hands. From what I thought, what was the date?
639.
Yeah, so if it was supposedly discovered in 545 or 525 or something like that until 619 or so, that would be almost 100 years.
Okay, so you think that the early ones they got a glimpse of the image of Edessa, they copied it, and then the later artists were copying the copies of the Shroud, I guess is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've seen that I've made an overposition of the Shroud on the Pantocrator, and the match is extraordinary. I would say it's 95% the physical anatomy of the Pantocrator matches with the Shroud. So I have absolutely no doubt that an artist used the Shroud as template to make the painting. Now, where he made it, I mean, this is an open question.
Gotcha. And Jack, I think I'm not sure. I was trying to take a look at your slides, and I wasn't able to see it, but I did in this period. It is relevant. We're getting to the iconoclastic period, and I know Otangelo raised that. If it's appropriate in this place here, what is your answer for that? Because that is, if it wasn't Edessa, Muslim hands, that would spare the image of Edessa from iconoclasm. So, like, what is your answer? How did the image of God survive it if it was in Constantinople?
I don't think that's his question. I'll answer your question first. I don't think that's the question that Otangelo raised before. If you really have to know about what iconoclasm is and what it was, and there's a whole lot of confusion about that because if you've come up with in a Catholic background, Orthodox or Roman, you were probably brought up with the idea that when iconoclasm happened, all the images got destroyed, and they just went about destroying all the images. And so, yes, if this image was an image of Jesus that they thought was man-made, and you believe that they destroyed all the images, this could have been destroyed. But I kind of make this clear in my book. The first thing is that they never thought that this image was man-made. The image of God incarnate was always called a Kyriakouatos. It was the first image in history to be called a Kyriakouatos. So you're not going to have any king who's saying that because of iconoclasm, because God is not pleased with man making images of Jesus and Mary and the saints, that they're going to destroy an Kyriakouatos image. So that image itself would be kept safe. I'm sure of that. Secondly, and I don't know if Otangelo has ever read this book. I think he actually has it listed somewhere in one of his footnotes, but it's really one of the best books. Let me see if I can get it up here to the camera.
There you go.
Byzantium and the Iconoclast Image, the huge book, as you can see. It's written by Leslie Brubaker and John Holden, and this is a modern book, and it kind of does a realistic view of what iconoclasm was like. And the first thing about it is that neither Leo III or Constantine V, who were the two iconoclastic emperors in the 8th century, father and son, they did not go around and destroy the images that could be moved. They merely had the images moved out of sight. So if they had images like in a church nave or something like that, they made people take them down, etc. Now, where they ran into problems was they had some big images that were out in public, but they had a big image of Christ on something called the Chalkgate Gate, and they had to eliminate that. You know, that was out. There was nothing they could do about it, so they destroyed that image. And of course, the iconophiles in subsequent years said that they were running wild and they were destroying all images, and they really weren't. They were just putting them away and out of sight. That's what iconoclasm was really about at that time. So no, and the other thing was, and I know you're familiar with this, Dale. I don't know if Otangelo is. He needs to read my book, but there was there's a historical text called the Tarragona manuscript. It's at the end of the 11th century. And it's written in Constantinople, and there's a description of a image of Christ on cloth that's being kept in the imperial palace at that time. And there's a history that's given of it, And the history is essentially that at a prior time, Constantinople was being punished by God, supposedly, by getting hit with continuous earthquakes. And an emperor, which it does not name, entered into an agreement with God, and he took the image of God that they had, which would be the image of God incarnate, and put it in a gold chest and locked it up and wouldn't show it to anybody again. Only the emperor could see it. And you can see from the events that this happened in about 741. And that image still exists when the Tarragona manuscript is written in about 1090. So it's in that chest for 350 years or thereabout. So that's the cloth that I am contending is the shroud. And obviously that cloth was not destroyed in iconoclasm. So for all these reasons, I don't think one would have to fear that the image of God incarnate was destroyed in iconoclasm.
All right, fair enough. So yeah, if Otangelo had a different question, I'll let him raise that when it's appropriate. I thought that's what he was asking. But...
Yeah, I've got some slides down here on the question that he asked. Let me just see if we can go through these slides a little more quickly. Next slide. All right. Historical evidence, art evidence. We do have to keep in mind, I'm just looking at some notes, that the image of Edessa, nobody knows what it looks like. There's no image that of the image of Edessa. And you'll see people saying, well, this is the image of Edessa, and they'll show you a copy of the Mandylion, because they're assuming that the image of Edessa and the Mandylion were one and the same. All it really tells us is that the Mandylion of the 10th century is probably like the image of Edessa was when it was brought from Edessa. But it doesn't tell us what the image looked like in the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th century necessarily. Let's see. What you'll also see is that they'll show you the Mandylion. The Mandylions they show you will be from the 11th, 12th, and the 13th century. Wilson himself admitted that his evidence on this art was inconclusive, and that it would have to be supplemented historically, that the art evidence could not exist and carry his hypothesis in and of itself. All right, I'm just going to go through where, if you could go to the slide that has the gold solidus on it. There you go. Okay. So this is where I was saying that in 639, Edessa was taken over by the Muslims. Then the Muslim Caliphate, was at war with the Byzantine Empire till 678. They actually laid siege to Constantinople in that year, and they were on very bad terms for the rest of the century. Now, this coin here, which everybody seems to know about, it's one of the clearest representations of Jesus in the Pantocrator type form. And I know that Giulio Fonte did a book in which he emphasized this, and he was very clear. And he's an engineer, so I would think he knows something about this. That in order for you to get this kind of detail on this coin, you would have had to, the engraver would have had to be in the presence of the cloth itself. This is not one that you could pick off of other previous Pantocrator images. And by the way, there's much about this image that you don't see in the previous Pantocrator images. You know, you see much more of the swollen cheek and the asymmetrical head and things like that. So if, as the evidence would indicate, there was an engraver who did this in 692, then it's likely that engraver was sitting in the comfort of the palace in Constantinople and copying the image of God incarnate, not somehow getting Byzantine permission to go to Edessa, getting Muslim permission to go in and copy a church relic on there. It's just not a very, very likely scenario. If you had a choice and you had to make the choice, I think the choice is easy to make. This is a image of the of God Incarnate. Okay. Okay. Here I guess go to the next slide.
We're on counter
Okay.
proposition. Is that where you are?
That's fine. I can go there. So the counter proposition for the image of Odessa claim is that it was the image of God Incarnate that served as the archetype. Next slide.
But Jack, where would that image have been stored?
The image of God Incarnate?
Yes.
Would have been stored in the Bucolian Palace. It was before they built the Pharaoh's Chapel. So it would be in the Bucolian Palace of the Emperor.
But the Pharaoh's Chapel was already constructed very early.
No, it wasn't. I don't have the date in mind, but I think it was something like in the 800s, 900s.
I think they reconstructed it. They made a simpler chapel, and then over time.
Okay, well, if it was, then maybe it was in the Pharaoh's Chapel. I take issue with you there, but I don't have time to divert to that. But I'm pretty sure
what I'm getting at is that
yeah.
If it was in the Pharaoh's Chapel, they had the inventory recordings there. And
yeah. You know, what's the first inventory they recorded there? First one that I'm familiar with is the one that Nicholas Meserides did in 1200s. I think they might have had one in 1190 or something, but we're not nearly to that. We're now talking, we're still pre-iconoclasm here, so we're in the 700s at this time. I don't think there was a Pharaoh's Chapel till about the 900s, but regardless, I don't know of any inventories of the relics that were being done. Do you have one?
No, I don't. I think it's what you are saying.
Okay.
And Otangelo, I think it's you, but Mr. Jetty's just saying, does one of you guys have a parrot in the background?
Yes, I have two.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah. Great brains. So, yeah, Jack, back to you. Yeah, Mr. Jetty. Mr. Jetty says, well, you are in Brazil, so it makes sense.
Yes.
All
right, Jack does.
Okay, so I guess we can go on next slide. Here I was explaining my hypothesis. And again, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this, especially if Otangelo is not even aware of it. But I have an identification of hypothesis too, is the awesome image of Antioch. I don't think we mentioned that. And that is that there is a text that says at the end of the 530s, before I say the Shroud went to Constantinople, there was a historic, documented image of Jesus that was called the awesome image of Jesus. So we can trace an awesome image of Jesus to Antioch. Then it was in Constantinople as the image of God Incarnate. And then from 958 forward, 958 being a significant date because that's when the Emperor Constantine VII acknowledged that there was a syndon in the relic collection. So at that point in time, it was recognized as being a syndon, and it was in there until 1204. But I think Otangelo really needs to read and get the details of this to really get any benefit of that. Okay, I'm going to go forward here. Okay, so Otangelo mentioned several texts during this period, and I made reference to this before. John of Damascus, he's now talking about there being a hymation, and Angelo says this suggests that he knew that look what he says, the Odessa icon, again, he's using that. He knew that there was a cloth, not necessarily the Odessa icon, was substantially larger than its displayed face-only appearance. Next slide. again, I think what John was trying to do, John came after the Acts of Thaddeus. And so he knew the Acts of Thaddeus said there was a tetradiphon. And I think, like most people at this time, go, what do you mean tetradiphon? Something that was folded in a particular way, but it must have been a large cloth. Why would they have given a large cloth to Jesus to dry his face? And I think he came up with the idea that a large cloth could have been a hymation that somebody, it's kind of like a toga type document, a piece of clothing that they had at that time. So I don't think that his saying hymation really adds that much to it. I don't think it's a lexical shift at all. I think it's a continuation of the shift that happened when tetradiphon came into the vocabulary. Now, here's this next one, though. This is just a terrible error, Otangelo. You're not the first to make it. Many people have. You got to go back one, Dale. Okay. So I got to talk about the, let's put what Otangelo put. Pope Stephen III, in a 769 letter to Charlemagne, made the earliest papal assertion of a full body imprint, stating that Christ spread his entire body on linen, transferring the image of his face and noble body. That text does not exist. And I don't know of any 769 letter to Charlemagne. None. Zero. Zip. But this is what has been said since Wilson made a slight error, and it's been compounded since 1978 when he wrote. Pope Stephen III in 769 didn't write a letter to Charlemagne. He gave a sermon. And he gave a sermon to a papal synod. And at that time, he repeated the Abgar legend, and he said in the Abgar legend that the usual story, and that is that there was this is what he said exactly. If you want to see physically my face, behold, I send you the picture of my face, divinely transferred onto a cloth. Okay? There was never a reference to an image of a body in that sermon. But Ian Wilson tried to explain to the people who were able to read him correctly that he felt that where there was an image to the body that took place shortly before 1130, centuries after that he thought that came about because somebody did an interpolation to this particular sermon, that they took out the word face and they put in the word body. And there have been so many authenticists who have screwed this up in the last 50 years. They're all saying the same thing that Otangelo is saying here, except Otangelo's got a new wrinkle. He's got it in a letter to Charlemagne. I've never heard that before. And that this would be fantastic. I mean, we wouldn't be talking about the Latin sermon if back in 769 a pope actually said that he was aware that Christ spread his entire body on a linen. That just didn't happen. That's just a mistake. And what gets me about this is where did Otangelo make this mistake? How did he make this mistake? I have to think this is, again, AI. That's all I can think of. I wanted to be sure before I said this, so I actually did my own AI search before the show, and nobody's got anything about a letter to Charlemagne. And, stuff on, and I've written about this, Stephen. See, if he read my book, he would notice. But I wrote about this being a mistake in my book in 2021. If he had read my book, he would have known about this. But this is a huge error, and it really needs to be corrected.
Yeah, let's ask Otangelo, because he's here to speak for himself. So, Otangelo, do you know where exactly did you get this? What was it, from AI, or did you have some other source? Like, where did you get this, if you remember?
Well, usually my proceeding is to collect all information that I have, like an entire chapter of the history of the Shroud. I put it in a Word document, and then I feed it to AI and ask to synthesize the information and format it into book form. So what can happen is, and I've seen this happening, is that even if you feed the correct information into AI, that it synthesizes it and then changes the output. and then it doesn't correspond anymore to the input that you gave. This happens.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But- and this just proves my point. It's not scholarly. That's why scholars do scholarly things. You have to go, and you really have to go to the original document. You have to go to St. Stephen's sermon. And if you can't make it out because it's in Latin, or you can't feed it through a translator or something like that, you will find somebody who has done that. And again, I give some credit here to Andrea Nicolati, who's a medievalist. But my goodness, he wrote this book back in like 2011 in Italian, and then it was translated in 2014. So anybody that really cares about the Shroud and its history should have read that book. It would have had to fork out about $95 at that time. You got to read that book because he goes into all these various texts. And I remember that he made it a point of this was an error in how it was made. And it's really kind of weird because Ernst von Dubschitz wrote about it in 1899. He wrote it about it in German. And I think it was mistranslated by a guy named Morris Green, who was a priest who knew Ian Wilson. And Ian Wilson went with his translation. And then Ian Wilson wrote it's an interpolation to this 769 sermon. But, most of the people who read that didn't know what an interpolation was or what he was saying. So they just said, oh, it's in the sermon. So it was in the sermon in 769. But it's a very amateurish type error. And it's this kind of thing. Otangelo was talking about the swamp out there of misinformation that's coming. This is how you don't want to be part of that swamp. You want to check these things out before, I can see you just really cannot rely on AI information. It's only as good as the sources, and I don't know how it chooses the sources, but I've got a published book out there, and they could go into my published book if they wanted to, and they could find where I chastised authenticists before for using this sort of thing. And yet, you know what? You're not alone, Otangelo. You could go on the BSTS website right now under history, and you could find for 769 the same thing that you have here. You've got somebody with the BSTS that doesn't know what they're talking about, and they're saying that there's a reference to a body image in this sermon.
Yeah, maybe I have to add to what I just said is that it is not only fault of AI, because as you just mentioned, the source can be either wrong from AI or not from AI, from sources that are fed to AI, and AI doesn't change it and just retransmit the
right.
wrong.
I just think those websites, they could be written by anybody. They could be written by anybody. And so if AI zeroes in on that particular website and they go to that particular entry, that's where they may have got it. And that's why these types of representations about historical text, they need to be checked out. And if you can't get to a library or a monastery or wherever it is, at least go to one of the top scholars who has written about it, and you can be fairly confident that they're quoting.
This is something that's troubling for me, because if you guys are saying the BSTS is like the sources are having these errors, like obviously Michael Kowalski, the head of that, and stuff like that. Like, is it generally reliable? Is this just sort of a rare thing? Or are you saying the BSTS?
I'm saying that the BSTS historical page is crappy. I'm saying that. I told Michael Kowalski that it has a number of errors in it of this type, and they've never made the change for it. In fact, if and when we get to the I'll mention it now. If and when we ever get to the Gregory Referendarius sermon again, I think Otangelo is familiar with this. There was a translation of that was done by Mark Guskin in 2004, which he repudiated. In 2007, he said that's wrong. Guess what BSTS has as a link on their history page? It's a link to Mark Guskin's repudiated translation.
Yeah.
And it's saying as a entry in 944 that Gregory Referendarius saw a side wound on the side wound on the image of a desicle. So I have no idea what's going on there, but I can say that if AI is among its sources, if it's just going to internet sites and it's just peeling out things that refer to the Shroud, especially if this thing is a chronology, then it's only as good as whoever put it in there. And if the person who put it in there has no idea and is making mistakes, then this is going to come forward if you're relying on your research here. And to me, this would be a good starting point. If I went in and I saw this for the first time, I would, as an academic type person, I would then be trying to find either the original of Stephen's sermon, which would be in Latin, and I could translate that. Or if I couldn't do that, then I would be looking at a source, even if it was somebody like Nicolati, and see if that was one of the documents he dealt with and what his translation of it was, because I'm sure that he was in and looked at the original. At least I have some confidence. I don't know where this is coming from or who's even written this. But it's sloppy. It's all part of that swamp that's out there, and you can't get these people to be serious. They want to be taken seriously, but they are not writing serious books. And they don't have serious websites. And the idea with a lot of, and Otangelo has a lot more concern for this than I think most of them. But a lot of them, they're just putting things out like this. And first of all, people like Hugh Farry and Andrea Nicolati, they look at the stuff and they say, oh, these people that are authenicists, they're all idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. And so that doesn't help the cause of authenticism, but also doesn't give credibility to any book or website or anything else where they're putting this kind of dreck in it.
Well, another problem is that if you find a certain information everywhere, and in special repeated by people which we have a lot of respect for, then we just put down our defenses and think, well, it comes from this source. This guy knows what he's talking about.
It's misplaced trust. And a lot of these people who you might have trust in, I don't know where they ever earned it, to tell you the truth. Because like I said, I've been doing this for 30, 40 years, and I know who the historians are who have worked on the Shroud. And you can number them probably on one hand. I would trust Dan Scavone. I would at least give a basic trust to Wilson. And I could probably name 3 or 4. Some of them may not even be authenticists. But the rest of these people, they're just writing books. They're going and making presentations, and they're just doing whatever story they think is going to connect. And if that's what's getting on YouTube and it's getting onto these websites, and it's being noted by people like Hugh Farry quite justifiably, it has a very poor impact on people like you and me if we write a book and people are saying, well, you can't believe those authenticists. They don't know what they're talking about. This is something that Otangelo heard from somebody, when he was at some Shroud conference or something. That's not the way to do research. Okay, I'm ready for the next one, Dale. I think we're getting to iconoclasm. Let me try to catch up to you here.
Yeah, we're on Graasso and the Church Council of 70.
Yeah. So let me deal with Otangelo's question that he asked before. And that's why I say I hope that he'll read this book on the cause of iconoclasm and really understand what it is. Let me try to repeat what I think Otangelo's argument is. And that is, if the Shroud was in Constantinople and the emperor knew about it, and they got into this debate of iconoclasm, why didn't somebody say, use the Shroud, the Image of God Incarnate, as like, trying to think what Otangelo called it, something in their arsenal, some kind of argument that they would have at that time. Well, the fact of the matter is there wasn't really a true debate going on in Constantinople about iconoclasm. you've got to understand really what happened during this period of time. You're not talking about a long period of time. You're talking about from 726 till about 770, 787, something like that. And what happened is that when Emperor Leo III declared his policies of iconoclasm, that was it. That was the state position on it. And he abided no opposition to it. In fact, the person who was the patriarch of Constantinople at that time, his name I think was Germanus, he tried to privately bring up his opposition to this iconoclasm, and the emperor fired him. I think he fired him in like 730, 4 years after this happened. And people who were now speaking up, if they had any kind of a position of authority, they were being removed. When it got to, I'm not sure how much Leo himself did, when we got to Constantine, his son, he was having people arrested, banished, tortured. And there's a famous account that he took a fellow by the name of Stephen the Younger. I think he was a monk. And after he arrested him and banished him, and then he came back and then he tortured him, Stephen was still trying to speak out in favor of icons. And the emperor had him beat to death, clubbed to death in the streets of Constantinople. So basically, there was no real debate going on in Constantinople. Nobody was standing up to the emperor. You didn't really have a chance to make any kind of argument, including a reference to the shroud. And the other thing was, it was the emperor who was in possession of the shroud. This thing, what happened with the image of God incarnate as the shroud is that for years they were successful. The Byzantines were winning all these wars under these labara that they had. And two things happened. Their emperor, who was the strongest emperor they ever had, Heraclius, he died in 671. And then the Muslims came along. We already talked about how they had conquered Edessa in 639, and then they kept moving westward. So they took over, they kept trying to take over Byzantine territories. And the successors to Heraclius, they were terrible military people. And essentially for the next 30, 40 years, the Muslims won almost all of the military engagements that they had. At some point during this time, iconoclasm was coming on, the spirit of iconoclasm, and somebody said, we're losing these battles because we're using the labara that has this image. God doesn't want us to have this image, and so they stopped using it. And so the image of Edessa was not, the image of God incarnate was not out there publicly anymore. It just stayed in the Bucolian Palace. And that's where it remained. There were no public exhibitions of it. By the time they got into iconoclasm, it's doubtful that many of the people even remembered it. And probably when it was displayed only to show the face, at least to the Byzantine public. And so, first of all, most of the people didn't have a grasp that there was even a relic of this type, but certainly now, once the emperors had put it away in a case and wouldn't show it anymore, and you couldn't have a debate anyway without being imprisoned or tortured or killed, there was just no debate that was going on. I can't find it right now, but I did make a note of what Brubaker and Holden said about the iconoclasm situation, and that is that there was essentially no debating going on within Constantinople. You'd be crazy if you took on the emperor. Now, the emperor did have a debate with the Pope. You know, the Pope sent the emperor a whole bunch of letters from Rome saying, why are you against images? You shouldn't be doing that. But that was not a debate within Constantinople or within the Byzantine Empire. So I don't know whether, to tell you the truth, that because the image of Edessa happens to be in Muslim hands, but apparently people could see it anyway. At the church council of 787, there was one of the churchmen came in and said, I actually went out to Edessa with the commission and I saw the image of Edessa. But you were probably safer talking about the image of Edessa because it had not been put away because of iconoclasm. So I think that's the answer to, I think Otangelo is drawing a conclusion from a fact. What we would say in court, we would say he's dealing with a fact not in evidence, and the fact not in evidence is that there was some kind of real ongoing debate between the iconoclasts and the iconophiles in the 8th century, and that just wasn't the case. The iconoclasts were in charge; they had the army, and they were torturing people who would bring it up, and that's why finally in 787 there was a backlash, and the iconophiles were able to take over again.
Did that answer your question there, Otangelo?
Yeah, something which I think is interesting is that when you read about the inventory in the Church of Pharos, then they talk about the Keramion and the image of Edessa, but they don't mention actually that the shroud was a full body cloth. So this comes only up with Clary mentioning at the Church of Blachernay, the uprising of the cloth at every Friday. So it isn't really certain that what was stored in the Church of Pharos was the shroud. So from an evidence-based perspective, this is also a point of interrogation.
Well, you've got what Nicholas Miseriti said. You know, they never said an image shroud. The first time that we know about an image shroud, per se, is Robert de Clary and what he reported in 1203, 1204.
Right.
But you can go all the way back to 958, and the emperor himself, Constantine VII, is saying we have a Sindon as a relic in the imperial collection. And then you have the Latin sermon in which they are talking about a full image of Christ's body on a linen cloth. And then you have all that art that came up between the 11th century and the de Clary Chronicle, in which Jesus is portrayed the way he is on the shroud, with the folded hands. And he can be man of sorrows, or he can be Christ of glory. They've got these various things. It's very clear that there was something there, and that the Byzantine emperor at that time referred to that as the Sindon. You've got all of these pilgrim reports from like 1150 to 1200 in which they're coming in and they're saying, yes, this is what the emperor has. He has a face cloth of Jesus, a Mandylion, and then he's got a Sindon. They're two separate objects that he has. Nicholas Miseriti describes both a shroud, or at least burial cloths, and the Mandylion. Robert de Clary, who is talking about the Sindon being exhibited, is also speaks about Mandylion. And at that very time, when the Sindon is being exhibited in Blachernay, de Clary says that the Mandylion is still in its case and it's hanging from the ceiling of the Pharos Chapel. So it's very obvious that they're two separate objects at that time. And you know what the academics say, maybe you don't, but what the academics say is the Mandylion was the Mandylion is the Mandylion. It's like sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Okay, the Mandylion was the Mandylion. It was never the shroud. It hung in the Pharos Chapel. It survived the Crusader sack of the city. It was then sold in 1242 or thereabouts to King Louis IX. It was described then as a holy cow. It was in the Mandylion reliquary. It went to Paris. It went into the Sainte-Chapelle, and that's where it stayed until the French Revolution, and it was destroyed in the French Revolution. That's a separate cloth. It's got its entire history. It really has nothing to do with the shroud.
Yeah, what I thought that was destroyed in the French Revolution was the cloth or the Sindon of Besançon, which was clearly a painting, and it was
right. Well, they were destroying everything. So they destroyed the Shroud of Besançon, and they destroyed that holy cow that the academics believe was the Mandylion, had always been the Mandylion. They destroyed a lot of relics back then.
Yeah, but I agree that also the pre-codex, it is very probable that someone went to Constantinople, saw the shroud, and then made the image which is portrayed in the pre-codex based on what they saw.
And don't you know who that is, Otangelo? I know who it was. Do you know who it is? Gotta get my book. You gotta get my book. Okay, the Hungarian king who commissioned the Pre-Codex, his name was Bela III. And before he was King Bela III, he was Prince Bela. And while he was Prince Bela, he was going to marry the daughter of the Byzantine emperor in about 1163, because the emperor Emmanuel didn't have a son, he didn't have an heir. And so he was designated as the next emperor. And I think that in that position, he was able to view the shroud. He's the one that saw it. That marriage fell apart because the old man, Manuel, was able to have a child with his wife. And so now he had an heir, and it was bye-bye Bela at that time. And he went back to Hungary. But he is the one that commissioned that. And so he had been in Constantinople, and he probably, everything you see in the Hungarian Pre manuscript is probably what he witnessed when he was in Constantinople.
Right. Remember that I did read about this, but I don't remember the details as you do.
Awesome.
All right. So we passed that. Okay. Again, this is just another one. It's getting a little bit repetitious here, but Otangelo talks about Theodore Studites. He represents that Studites wrote, "The cloth in which shroud was the Christ was wrapped bears the divine features imprinted by his skin, using the burial shroud as a prototype for defending religious images." Well, I can tell you, I've searched kind of high and low. I've gotten everywhere except in the original text, and I don't see Studites saying anything about a burial shroud or it being a prototype for images. See if I can get to what he did say. This is in Mark Guskin's book. Theodore said, "In order to make our faith in the divine form clearer, our Savior put it on, and by touching the surface of the cloth, imprinted an image of his form on it and sent it to Abgar." That's the closest I can come to it. Again, this would be a really big deal if it was true. I mean,
I don't know if this is helpful. Someone in the chat was responding to, there is a Bela Karolai. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess that might be his last name or title. It sounds like somebody's got a, yeah, there you go. I am Hungarian. It's Mr. Jetty. Yep.
All right.
So I've seen it. They've got a B-E-L-A, and there's some kind of an inflection point over the E. But as king, he was Bela, or however you pronounce it, Bela III. So in any event, this is another thing that I would recommend Otangelo look at. I don't know where he got it. It looks like another AI thing. But it would be a big deal if this thing really existed. And in 790, there was a member of the clergy who's talking about an image of Christ and using the burial shroud as a prototype for defending religious images. I mean, if that's really there, that sounds like there was a religious image on a shroud. I mean, did Ian Wilson miss this for 50 years? Have I missed it for 40 years? Has everybody else who's been in this business for so long, have we missed this? I doubt it. With some of these other things that I've seen, I think this is an AI mistake. But please check it, and if you find it, supply it to me, because I will endorse it as a very big deal in Shroud history. Okay, how about the next one? Otangelo says there's a burial shroud tradition. He starts off saying Western and Byzantine theologians knew of a burial shroud tradition. Now, I think when he says Western, he must be going back to that Pope Stephen III sermon. but he didn't know anything about a burial shroud tradition. That's not what his sermon says. So I don't think there were any Westerns that knew it. But I do think that it had to be known by somebody. It certainly had to be known by the emperor. He had access to it. He could unfold it. He could see it. But for whatever their reasons were at that time, and there are historians who have said that there were darn good reasons why they wouldn't want to reveal a burial shroud at that time. But in any event, it says the physical object remained inaccessible and Muslim controlled, insulated from the theological firestorm. Well, that's true. They weren't involved in Byzantine iconoclasm, but again, there really wasn't a firestorm that was going on. The emperors wouldn't have a firestorm that was going on. They tortured and killed the people who might try to start a firestorm. All right, let's just go to the next slide. This is where we get to, I'm glad Otangelo is still here because I think we get to the Gregory sermon here. So the proposition from Wilson is the shroud was brought to Constantinople in 944. And what I say is no, the image of Edessa was brought to Constantinople in 944. It wasn't the shroud. It was the icon that they had there. So let's get this straight. Next slide. That's where I say it. Man-made icon was brought to Constantinople in 944. Next one. We get to the proper evidence and we go to historical evidence. This is where we finally get some real historical evidence. I mean, there are some real texts. And both Wilson and Otangelo point to the circumstance of the icon's appropriation. And for example, Wilson says in 943, next slide, I'm sorry. Oops, is that the next one? Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault, yeah. I'm looking at another thing. Wilson said in 943, the emperor Emperor Romanus sent John Cortaius on must surely rank as one of the most bizarre military missions in all history. Wilson bases that statement strictly on the Muslim report. There's a Muslim report about what happened. Otangelo, in his book, says in 943, the Byzantine general John Pacorus laid siege with a singular goal to reclaim the Mandylion. That is the Muslim version of what happened. But, you know, there's two sides to this. There's the Byzantine version of what happened. And right in the Narratio, written by Emperor Constantine VII, 2 years after these events, this is how he says it happened. Emperor Romanus had been offering the Muslims 12,000 silver coins and 200 prisoners in return for the image and for the letter of Jesus that they held there. But the emir, who was fearful of a revolution in Edessa from the Christians, he had rejected those offers. Then one fine day, out of the blue, the emir communicated to the emperor his acceptance of the offer on condition that the Byzantines assure the safety of Edessa and 3 other Muslim cities, and the emperor agreed to do so. In other words, it had nothing to do with the siege of Edessa. That's a Byzantine account. That should be mentioned along with, I know the Muslim account helps the Wilson hypothesis. It makes it sound like there's something very valuable out there. They sent a whole army to get it. This is not what the Byzantine said there. And then you can go to another Byzantine account. This comes from the Skylitzes Chronicle, which I know Otangelo relies on an illustration from this. But this is what Skylitzes says. He's a Byzantine. The city of Edessa was besieged by Roman forces. And when the people of Edessa were oppressed by the privations of the siege, they sent a delegation to the emperor asking for the siege to be lifted and promising to hand over the sacred Mandylion of Christ as a ransom. The offer was accepted and the siege was lifted. So the whole idea of giving up the Mandylion, according to this, or the image of Edessa, came from the people in Edessa because they were under siege. Okay, there's nothing about that was demanded. It was like, what could we use to get? Now, I don't know which one is true. I really don't. There's the Muslim, there's 2 different Byzantines, but these things ought to be put out there and not just the Muslim version, which happens to support the idea behind the hypothesis. But this is what Wilson had out there in 1978, and people are just glomming on it. They don't even read the stuff. I mean, they don't seem to even care whether what the real story is out there. Okay, so I'm guessing that AI did not bring either of these Byzantine texts to light. All right, let's see. Where am I here now? All right, I'm not sure where that fits in, Dale. What's your next slide that you've got?
Next one is historical evidence, so descriptives of the icon upon its
Okay.
reaching.
All right. Okay. Go back to the. That's it. So just keep in mind, since this is promotion of Wilson's hypothesis, you can't just kind of disappear into the history and the written text. This is what Wilson says the image of Edessa looks like. Okay, and oh, and by the way, before I get into this, the story from Edessa is that when the Byzantines got there, they produced three different versions of the image, and they couldn't figure out which was the real one, so they had to send for a bishop, and the bishop had to pick out the real one. Now, don't you think that if they had the shroud there, that would look like the Akira Puada's image, that the image of Edessa was? Do you think the other two really look like Akira Puada's images? Why did they need help? Why were they confused about this if the image of Edessa was the shroud? It seems like what they were given was three man-made images. That's why they couldn't make them out. And then one of them, if you're going to go with what Wilson said, this is what one of them looks like. It had to look different than the other two. It was framed, had trellis work, was nailed. It had, according to the Byzantine description later on, it had some gold on it. I don't know what the confusion would have been if, in fact, the image of Edessa was really the shroud portrait. Okay, so let's go to the next one, Dale. So here are the descriptives, and this is where you have actually some text. The first one is the narratio, and it doesn't describe the image of Edessa as being a folded cloth, right? Isn't that the whole thing? It's a tetradiphon. It's a folded cloth. It's been folded 4 times, 3 times, whatever you want to say. But the narratio never describes the image of Edessa as being a folded cloth. Neither does Gregory Referendarius. Neither does Simon, I have to get his last name, he's in here. These are the 3 accounts that you get of the shroud, of the image of Edessa, and not one of them describes it as being a folded cloth. Not one of them mentions the word tetradiphon. Instead, the narratio says it's an image that's been mounted, it was mounted on a board by Abgar. It doesn't say that it's in any kind of landscape portrait form. It doesn't mention it's been nailed, framed, or covered. Don't you think that one of these texts would say that it looks like what Wilson said it did? I mean, aren't they the features that really stand out? The second one is from this Simeon Metaphrastes. He wrote about 30 years later. He's the one that wrote that the night that they brought the cloth in, the emperor's sons declared they could not only see the face, declared that they could only see the face, but Constantine, the future emperor, said he could see the eyes and the ears. So could either of you guys point out to me the ears on the shroud? I don't think the shroud shows any ears. According to this text, whatever went to Constantinople that time could not have been the shroud if Constantine could say that he could see ears on it. Weird. For what it's worth, Mark Uskin says he doesn't even believe this whole passage anyway. It's just something that was written after the fact to show that Constantine was the good and holy one. He could see more than the other two had. But I don't know. It's there. It's a text. It should be mentioned, I would think. Simeon Metaphrastes does not describe the image of Edessa being a folded cloth. He doesn't mention the term tetradiplon. He doesn't mention a landscape portrait. He doesn't say it's been framed, nailed, or covered by trellis work. Isn't that odd if it looked like Ian Wilson said that it looked like at that time? Now we get to the big guy, Gregory Referendarius. He wasn't even mentioned by Wilson in 1978 because the text was not discovered until 1988 by Gino Zanonati. And when Wilson's book in 98 came out, he mentioned it, and there was a translation of it by Father André Marie Dubois at that time. And I'm not going to put the whole translation here, but it would lead one to believe, because he says that these are the beauties, the blood, that have made up the true imprint of Christ. Since after the drops fell, it, meaning the cloth, was embellished by drops from his own side. So even there, it didn't say he saw anything, but the implication was, well, he's referring to drops falling from the side, so he must see it. So this became the big to-do in syndenology from about 1997. I was there, I was part of it, until 2007, and in between, Mark Guskin came along with a translation that pretty much affirmed what the translation was by Dubois. And Guskin was so bold in his attitude about this. He says, therefore, the image contained a full body image, and this is from Guskin. No amount of contrived pseudo-translations or explanations can get away from this simple fact. Just keep that in mind, because nobody could do a pseudo-translation that was going to get away from the simple fact that that image had a body image.
We do have a comment in the audience. I think it was about what you were saying just immediately before. They were saying, well, if they did need help, then logically help must have been available. So perhaps there was knowledge of an original to which these images could be compared. And
I don't understand the first few words. Who needed help? I probably forgotten what we were talking about. Do you remember?
Yeah, I think he raised Mr. Jet. Yeah, if you want to clarify in the chat exactly what you were.
Yeah, I'll be glad to answer. I just don't know what he's referring to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So in any event, that was Guskin's translation. And then in 2007, he says, after further consideration and consultation about the Greek text, led me to reconsider my original position about the side wound. I now think this interpretation cannot be defended either from the Greek text or from the internal logic of the text. He says, if the image had indeed been embellished by blood from Christ's side, this could have only taken place after his death on the cross, whereas Gregory's text clearly states the image was formed before the crucifixion. Remember, he thinks it's from the Garden of Gethsemane. And the resulting contradictions are excessive even for a Byzantine mentality.
Okay,
and he ends up saying it. Yeah.
So you're going to hate me, but Otangelo is just mentioning he has to go now. So I do want to just give him a final word. And
yes, okay, sure. Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, so I want to thank you, Dale, for hosting this debate, for Jack for his time to come here. And it was very insightful to learn a little bit more about your views and some things which I definitely will dive deeper into it. Also, the criticisms which you have made, they are very valuable in order for me to correct some things which are definitely wrong in my book. And I am very grateful for that. And I hope that besides this, we can keep in touch. And I'll certainly I'm eager to learn more and to come closer to have a story which conforms as close as possible to what actually happened and what the sources actually say.
Well, thank you for that, Otangelo. I'm always available if you have any questions.
Cool.
Well said, Otangelo. It was a pleasure. You're my brother in Christ and a fellow Pro-Shroud advocate. So it's always a pleasure having you on the show. And as the host, I do apologize both to you and to Jack. I I should have worked out the format in the beginning there, but yeah, well, I think overall everything was great on the show. So yeah, you're welcome back anytime, Otangelo, and maybe maybe at some point in the future, you and Jack can have another debate on something once you guys you do your research and read his book and stuff. So yeah, either way, you're always welcome back for any topic.
Excellent. Okay, have a good one, both. See you next time. Bye-bye.
God bless.
All right, so Jack, yeah, over to you now.
Okay, well, I was finishing up with what Mark Guskin said when he did his retraction, and he says the structure of the text refers back to the body of Christ, not to the image. The thrust of the text is that the sweat of the agony, like drops of blood, adorn the image, just like the blood from its side adorned the body from which the sweat had dripped, i.e., two different events at two different times. And I'm sure that this hurt Mark Guskin to do this, because he was the #1 fan of Ian Wilson and his hypothesis. In fact, this is how he ends his retraction. This is no way affects the interpretation of the other numerous texts that do indeed suggest the image of Edessa and the Shroud of Turin are one and the same. So he's giving the Wilson hypothesis a plug, even after taking this away. But, I do respect his honesty. And I think I mentioned this before. He was about to really enter academia. He was starting to get ready to get a PhD, which he eventually got. And I don't think he could have this poor translation out there. I think he needed to correct it. And when he finally wrote his book, it was an academic book published by Brill in 2009. He did a completely different translation. It's not worth going through the wording here now. But it ends with, "Oh, equality of happenings, since both," that is both issues of blood, "have their origin in the same person." That was the whole text of it, that this blood that I'm seeing on the image of Edessa now, on the facial image of Edessa, came from the same person, Jesus, who, P.S., remember, I want to make this as sanctified as I can make it. He shed his blood from his side while he's on the cross. Two different events at two different times. And, Ian Wilson, to his credit, he put out a book the next year, and where he had made made this reference in 1998. He's no longer referencing it. And I can tell you from having been there, this just died. It died on the vine. Everybody knew it was just a mistake, and it could have been a very, very big thing. It could be as big as Otangelo and some of the others want to make it to be, but they never gave up. They either don't understand what I just said, what I just presented, or they don't want to understand. I know there are some who don't want to understand, because I've criticized one person who keeps making this mistake over and over again. It was made on your show, and the person continues to make it. It's as if, I didn't say anything. There's no history of this. And as I said before, you can go on the BSTS website and you'll find a link to the refuted translation. That's just totally ridiculous. Also, Andrea Nicolati came out the next year. He did his own translation, and it's very, very close to the translation made by Guskin. He comes to the same conclusions. So that's what we got out there. It was a mistake made way back by Dubarl. It was repeated by Guskin first time around. It was corrected by Guskin. It's now been affirmed, the new translation by Nicolati. Nobody else has made a translation. And I've told everybody who wants to change this translation around in some way to make it what they want it to be, to come up with a translation. I mean, nothing could be more simple than that. Go out and spend $200 and find some Greek translator and have them translate this text and see if it comes out the way that you want it to be, so that you can claim the image of Edessa is the shroud. But even Ian Wilson, who's the author of this, he's the author of this hypothesis, he's not arguing for it anymore. You know, he's too much of a gentleman and too much of a scholar to even get involved in this ridiculous discussion. Again, Referendarius, what does he, just like the other text, he does not describe the image of Edessa as being a folded cloth. He never mentions the word tetradiplon. He doesn't say there's a landscape portrait. He doesn't mention that it's been framed or that it's been covered in trellis work. So obviously he saw, and Constantine the Emperor saw, and presumably the Emperor's son saw. What they saw was not the contraption that Ian Wilson has been. I think you go to the next slide. Let's see. Yeah, according to Wilson, this is what Gregory was looking at. Well, do you hear anything about that looks like that in any of these descriptions? What you do hear, some people say, oh, well, you know, there's some idea of it was maybe a blurry image because it came from sweat. Okay, you know, maybe that's true of what he's looking at in the face. But again, that could just be faded paint, or it could be, you know, the faded labarum from all those years past. It could be that. But you're not going to describe this thing and then not talk about, and it's covered with a frame and it's nailed and it's in landscape portrait. You know, it has a frame all around it. You're not going to say that if that's what it looks like. And by the way, that would not be an easy thing to kind of tote around in Constantinople in a case. I think that if you look at these dimensions, it's 3.5 feet wide because that's the width of the shroud. And it's probably, I think I computed one, it's like 1.5 to 2 feet high. Not an easy thing to be toting around. And there's nothing in the descriptions of the processions indicating that they're toting something like this around. I really just wish that, you know, people would either put up or shut up with this. And come out with a translation that says what it is that you want to say, or don't talk about it anymore. Come up with the proof before you're pushing this thing. But this is what you'll find on the BSTS website for 944, and you'll find it on a lot of these things. And you're listening to, you know, people like Jeremiah Johnson and these other people that are going out and just saying whatever it is that they want to say, whatever they think is, you know, going to be most impressive for the people that they're talking to. But it's certainly not this. It's a shame they're wasting the time on this, in my opinion.
Next slide.
Okay, let's see.
Graasso statement regarding the sermon of Gregory Referendarius.
Yeah, okay. This is where it's a shame he didn't stay around from this, because I've read his paper where he does this appraisal of my hypothesis in Wilson. And in there, he brings up the whole thing that I just talked about with Guskin. So he knows about that. And I actually thought that that paper was fair in terms of what he was saying. But when he gets into his book, this is from his book, he says, the language begins to blur the line between crucifixion sweat cloth and post-crucifixion burial relic. Well, it doesn't. The language as it's been translated doesn't create any blur. It's two different things on two different events. And then he says, you know, to make this kind of Sindon evangelical statement, the blurring is not accidental. It suggests that those closest to the object knew more than the public account admitted. Where? What suggests that? There's not a thing in there that suggests that. You know, this is where he's going back and, you know, he's trying to make something out of this that's not there. And what I do find amazing is if there was any life in this, Ian Wilson would certainly bring the life back into it. If there were any responsible Shroud supporters, Emanuele Marinelli, you know, or any of these people that have been adherents of this hypothesis for 30, 40 years, if there was a way to bring this back and inject it back into a legitimate conversation, they would do so. And they haven't tried to do so. So, you know, when I hear this thing, and I know that certain people have certain strong feelings about it, I just say, you know, ante up the proof. Ante up the proof. And tell me one thing. I think that this is a question I've asked most recently. If you believe in the Wilson hypothesis and the device looks like that, how could Gregory see a side wound without dismantling what Wilson has suggested? He doesn't say anything about having to dismantle anything. Do you think that if it looked like that, the emperor would have just let him willy-nilly start taking it apart? You think the emperor would have taken it apart without saying that he did and what he found? So there's really no evidence here.
Sounds to me like you just picked a fight with Teddy Pappas there. So.
Well, I know she feels very strongly about this, but I've had these discussions with her.
Yeah.
And I told her, quite honestly and sincerely, pony up on a translation. She gets into this thing that the drops should really be red clots. I don't care what you call it. I think I've said to her, you could call it cabbage. It wouldn't matter. It's that whatever it was, whether they were drops or whether they were clots, when if somebody was meaning to say clots, they're talking about, in all likelihood, either what happened on the cross in a separate event, or they may be talking about seeing clots on the face image that they're looking for. It's not really, the issue not here is not between blood and clots, it's between side wound or no side wound being seen.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, next slide.
Yes, go on.
All right.
And this is the best evidence we have. This is the St. Catherine Monastery panel painting. It's been dated between 945 and 959. That's 959 is the date of the end of the reign of Constantine VII. And so what is it that you're looking at here? It doesn't look anything at all like what Wilson said that it would be. It's a pantocrator type image. It's got fringes. You can definitely see them clearly as we're facing it, the right side and the bottom. There have been professors who have said, well, where's the fold then? If there's a fold, why shouldn't we see that in the bottom? Why are we seeing fringes there? Take a look on the image itself. It's got something that to me looks like it's a cross coming out of the left ear, right ear, and above the head. And so is that part of the image on the image of Edessa? Did it have that? I don't know. You can only go with what you have here. I think this is the one thing that Wilson, at one time in his 2010 book, he actually responded to this criticism that came from an art historian. And he says, well, now you're dealing with artistic license. Again, that's something that you could say anything about. The Byzantines weren't known a lot for artistic license. They were very much realism type. They painted what they saw. They drew what they saw. And so, but in any event, whatever it is here, how could they know it's that? Picture this being in Wilson's device. And so, why not just show that if that's what the image really is? I don't know. It's not the greatest evidence in the world, but it is the best evidence, and at least it deserves mention. Okay, next slide. And so there it is, the final image here. But just to show you, it's not really that different, that face, than what you see on all of these other pantocrator images. It's basically the Jesus that you see. It's got the hair falling at different lengths on either side, and the beard, and sometimes you can see the Vignon markings. So
I have a question.
What's so hard to believe that the image of Edessa was not just another pantocrator image? And I do want to mention this because I in our haste to get to iconoclasm, I did not mention it, but there is a Syriac text that says that the image of Edessa was got into the possession of the Melkite Edessans. The Melkites are the Orthodox sects there during the reign of the Greek kings. And scholars have said that the Greek kings were the emperors Tiberius and trying to think of the name of the other one, but they were the Byzantine emperors between the years 574 and 602. Marius, I think, is his name, the second one. And so if it came into their possession at that time, that's many, many years after the siege the Persian siege of Edessa in 544. And so I think that this, the image of Edessa was painted exactly in the, or made up exactly in the period of when the other pantocrators were being created at this time. Exactly at the time when the Byzantine army Labara had the image of Edessa on them. And so that's all it is. It's only become what it has become because Ian Wilson back in 1978 said, this is my candidate to be the Shroud. And before all this research was done, before all these academics got involved in it, it sounded pretty good on the basis of what he said. It's just that after 48 years, a lot more research has been done, a lot more thinking has been done on it, and it just does not seem to be plausible. Okay.
I have a question about this.
Yeah.
I was trying to look up a clip in time, but I couldn't find it. So you, I'm not sure if you saw my show. I did a series with Guy Powell.
Yes, I did see part of that.
So you know about his research on the art history and how he's found, well, some of them don't look like they're inconsistent. There's a tradition that's from the image of Edessa, and then some of that's inconsistent. I'm just kind of curious, like how do you incorporate Guy Powell's research on the art history into your hypothesis? Like, is that
well, I heard you say, maybe it was on the last show, that had you talked to Jack about this, and he said he hadn't. You know, I was aware of the research he was doing. I never saw his final result. I haven't looked at this table that he created where he gives points, you know, for various things. So I'd have to sit down with him and see what the images are and see what the years of creation were. What I would expect to find is that there is this line of images that are pantocrator. I mean, that did continue for a while after the image of Edessa was brought to Constantinople in 944. But there's also this variety of images that don't look anything like a pantocrator. I mean, Jesus sometimes has spiked hair, and it almost looks like he has pigtails, or you know, that sort of thing. So my feeling is, that's why I said the best evidence is that evidence we have from St. Catherine's, because that's datable and that's pantocrator. At some point, I actually believe what the historical texts say, and that is that on the night of the procession through Constantinople, I guess it was August 16th, the image of Edessa was put in a golden case, and it was hung from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel. And there's no historical reference whatsoever to its ever having been removed from that chest. There are two historical references to it being paraded around Constantinople, like during a drought. There's one that says it was in the Hagia Sophia, but in all likelihood, this was the case. The golden case was there closed. It was not where the image itself was brought out. So I think that almost from that time, nobody really knew or remembered what the real image of Edessa looked like, which I think was basically a pantocrator image. And they started coming out with this other image, and then there were copies and copies of that made. So I'd be interested in Guy's research as to whether or not the second form of image is something that it postdates 944 and is more into the 11th and 12th century. And I think that was only for a period of time, because, you know, there then became, and I think the earliest example of this from the early 1100s, where they were starting to show Jesus pantocrator, and now with his arms folded, and Man of Sorrows, and other type things there, where now there was at least one artist, maybe more, who were actually looking directly at the image on the shroud, or on what they called the sindon at that time. But I think his work is very interesting. I love the question that you asked him, and I was hoping that he'd have an answer for it. But I'm going to actually be getting together with him this coming week, and I will ask him that.
Yeah, it'd be great to see you guys putting your heads together and seeing how your research coheres and what comes of that. So yeah, great. All right, I'll let you move on.
All right, let's see where we are here. I know we're kind of moving towards the end, and I'm skipping a bunch of things that I was going to talk to.
Just let me know what slide you want.
Yeah, on this one, just to notice, as I've said before, look at the similarities between the typical labarum and the image that's shown on the painting. It's got the same kind of dimensions. It's on a white linen cloth. It's got the fringe. There's no fringe on the top because that's where they rolled it like a scroll into the top of it. And that's why, because it's funny that April Cameron, who said, I think they substituted a cloth for the wooden image after the Acts of Thaddeus, but she said, but I don't have the foggiest how they did that or what kind of cloth it was, etc. And that's why in my 2014 paper in St. Louis, from historical texts that I saw, that a labarum was actually taken to Edessa at this time. That was in 588. My feeling was that this is what we're seeing, that the image of Edessa, what came to Constantinople from Edessa, was really the image that you're seeing on the right. It was a labarum. And that would also fit what I said before. That doesn't look anything like an Akira Coates image that you're seeing there. And that's why I think that the general, the Byzantine general, and the other people said, well, we can't distinguish this from any other painting. It took a bishop to come along. And I don't think he was saying, well, this is Akira Coates. He just said, this is the image that has been honored in the Melkite Church for centuries now. And that's why they took that image. Okay, I'll just say this. I'm not going to go through this. I did say this to Otangelo. He's very complimentary. I give him a lot of credit for that, for what April Cameron has contributed to this discussion. If you go to the next slide, I think it's got, how he, listen to what he says here. These objections, that is Cameron's objections, are serious, cannot be resolved simply by asserting the tetradiphon folding hypothesis. They force precision of what the tetradiphon proposal claims. Well, that's what I've been doing through this whole program. I'm demanding precision about what is being said about that. Cameron's skepticism should be acknowledged as representing legitimate Byzantine scholarship rather than dismissed by implication. And that's the way that I felt. My skepticism about this whole thing should also be acknowledged as being legitimate scholarship and not be dismissed by implication. That's why I kind of got roiled in the beginning of this thing, because it was saying it's like I was making things up or getting things from nothing. It's not. This is basically good scholarship from the information that's available. If you don't agree with the interpretation, I get it. Nobody's going to make you to. But I'm not really doing anything different than what April Cameron's doing, except she's not an authenticist, and I am. At least I don't think she's an authenticist. She hasn't confessed to it. But, I'm an authenticist, and I've done no more than she's done. She's questioned Ian Wilson's hypothesis. He was the first one to do it back in 1980. But I do give Otangelo credit for recognizing scholarship and not dismissing this, because so many authenticists would do so, and they have done so. Okay, sorry I couldn't say that nice thing about him while he was here. Okay, then Wilson says the shroud remained portraited till about 1130. Next slide. He says that his evidence of that is Byzantine Mandylion art that we've seen, that I'm sure that Guy has seen. So that shows there really was still something called the Mandylion, and it was being presented as a face object for at least a couple hundred more years. I mentioned the statement named by Constantine, in which he said there was a Sindon in the Imperial Relic Collection in 958. And I find it strange that, Wilson didn't recognize that in his first book. He didn't recognize it in his second book. He kind of offhandedly referenced it in 2010. But this is the way he referenced it. He said, "Oh, we have this reference, quote, is this evidence that Constantine had become aware that the image was one and the same as Jesus' burial cloth? Question mark. Yeah, I think it is. I think it could be, but he's still not conceding to that because he still wants the shroud not to be discovered until about 1130 because all the references are still being made in the text to Mandylion. All the art is still to the Mandylion. And to me, that's the proof that there are two separate objects. There's the Mandylion, which always was the Mandylion, always stayed the Mandylion, and now there is the Sindon that used to be called the Image of God Incarnate. That's a separate image altogether, and that's the Shroud of Turin. All right, I'll move forward here. Let's see. Okay, simply part of what I was going to talk about, which I think I've done before, is the Latin sermon. And this is the text from 988 in which the Abgar legend is changed. And now the image on the cloth is a full body image of Jesus. The sermon was read at the wedding of the Princess Anna, who was the sister of the reigning Byzantine Emperor Basil II at that time, and the Tsar of what was called at that time the Kievan Rus. And this shows where that was. It was north of the North Sea. It's basically the center of it was kind of where Ukraine is now, Kiev and Ukraine, and then it went east and west from there. And I wrote a whole article on this, and my feeling is the reason they changed the Abgar legend and read it as a sermon at this wedding is there are these tremendous parallels between Anna now going to the Kievan Rus and Christianizing that, and Jesus being invited by Abgar V, according to the legend, to go to Edessa and Christianize the city of Edessa. That's why I think they thought that was particularly appropriate. All right, let's see.
Grasso's statement regarding a letter written by Emperor Constantine.
Yes, this is another one. I wish he was here for that. I'll just go right to that. This is another one of his humdingers, just like the previous ones. He says that a letter was written by Emperor Constantine VII. He's the emperor when the image of Edessa went to Constantinople. He says in 945, an official letter from Emperor Constantine VII, which is preserved in Greek manuscript 511, states that the image was impressed by Christ's, quote, sweat, not only from his face, but his whole body, unquote, and then they've got the Greek translation there. This is a stunning admission from the highest imperial authority, an explicit acknowledgement that the Mandylion bore more than just a facial image. And if that actually existed, I would agree with him. I think that, we would have to change all of our books and we'd have to then throw it in the faces of the medievalists and say, hey, we've got an official letter from the emperor who then says that there is an image of Christ and it's not from his face, but his entire body. The problem is there is no such statement. I haven't had the time getting ready for this program to actually go on and try to find Greek manuscript 511 or to have it translated. But I pulled a Otangelo here. I actually did some AI research, but I asked it very specific questions about this Greek manuscript. And it told me what was in the Greek manuscript. And I then asked questions about whether there is a reference in this manuscript to sweat, not only from the face, but the whole body. And I got the answer that, there is not such thing, there's not such a quote in it. I would love this to be true. I don't care about my hypothesis because I don't really know anyway what Constantine VII is referring to. Is he referring to it says the image was impressed by the sweat. Is he talking about the Mandylion? He could be at 945, or is he talking about the Synod? I don't know. But it would be, a heck of a historical document to put the shroud in existence, several hundred years before the carbon dating. This is the note that I took. This is from ChatGPT in specific answer to the question. Vatican manuscript Greek 511 contains no official letter from Emperor Constantine VII referencing the image of Edessa, and no quote from the emperor about the image having been impressed with Christ's sweat, not only from his face, but his whole body. This is actually, and where I think some of his confusion is, this is the manuscript, or it is a manuscript that has a reference to the sermon of Gregory Referendarius. So I'm not even sure that Constantine VII figures in it. But again, it's just one of those things. This is like what, the 5th, 7th, 10th statement that Graasso makes in his book as a statement. That's just not true based on what I either know from text or from my own AI research that I've done on it. And that's why I say, I mean, he's got a chapter. This chapter is only 17 pages long, and look how many incorrect statements are made in it. And it's based, I guess, on his total reliance on AI. And if this proves anything, and maybe this is why he was chosen to put a book out there and have to be subjected to this program, but maybe this is a warning to people who are doing research, not only for the Shroud, but historical research, even scientific research. You cannot rely on what you're getting from AI. And if you're going to do that, then you're going to end up with pie on your face. And I think that's what's happening here. So let's see.
Graasso statement regarding the Greek.
Yeah, so here's another one. He talks about the Greek Synaxarion for the Feast of the Holy Mandylion. It's in Greek 1096. He states that it states the Mandylion, get this, would this be something? The Mandylion revealed the entire figure that had been kept hidden in the niche above the city gate of Edessa. This is a liturgical text used in worship. And this is Graasso's words here. And it confirms, see, this is what he did with John Jackson things, that John Jackson confirms what he wanted. It doesn't confirm at all, but it says confirms the understanding of full body image had entered the official ecclesiastical consciousness within a generation of Paul's arrival in Constantinople. And I would agree if that's what it said. It would be like the other ones, it would be truly historic. But I didn't have time to go check the manuscript myself, but I did go into AI. And AI has the quote of what this Synaxarion says. It says, "Our Lord Jesus Christ wiped his holy face upon the towel, and his divine form was imprinted, not made by human hands, but by divine power." And AI says the text specifically says the face, the Greek word for the face. And it goes on to say, this is unambiguous. The Synaxarian tradition understands the Mandylion as a facial image, not a full body one. So again, what can I tell you? Where did he get his information? And should this information be out there? Should it be in a book that's being marketed for sale for cash? Or is this just another thing that's going to have to be corrected? And, I'm hoping that Otangelo does, as he said, he gets something out of this, and that he'll kind of change his ways with this. But if you're going to write something academically, then make sure it's right, and don't rely on AI. And don't wait for Hugh Farry to correct you on all the scientific issues, or for me to correct you on all the historical issues. Okay. And that text and the others, Dale, just realize that each one of them that has the same thing, that there are texts that say that they knew about the body image of the Shroud on the Mandylion. Keep in mind that each one of these things would contradict Wilson's hypothesis that nobody knew about that till about 1130. So every one of these things he's putting here is a refutation of Wilson's hypothesis. And what I don't get is he hasn't read my book or my work, so I don't even know how he makes the judgment in the first place. But where he judges that Wilson's a more reliable or whatever the test shows, how can you do that if you're refuting the central thesis of that hypothesis? I just don't get it. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. I don't think he ever explained it. Okay, we can go to the next one.
All right. Just Mr. Jetty gives the lesson of the day. Always ask the AI for the primary source if available online. That's the
well, I'm not an expert on it, but I bet you Mr. Jetty is. And, you know, there was a crazy thing. I don't know where I saw it, maybe on a Shroud Science communication or something. And it came from Otangelo Grasso. And somebody had asked him, how does he verify AI? I'll tell you, I couldn't follow it. I think Mr. Jetty might be able to follow what he was saying. But this was my understanding of it. He then feeds the same information like into 5 different AI platforms or
you've seen that on my show, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever they are called. And then he depends on that. So, you know, if he doesn't get a contradiction from those 5, that's his verification. And I think it's very misleading what he said when he represented, he does a line per line verification. When I say that, I mean, since he's saying he's taking personal responsibility, I feel like anything that was in question, he's doing some personal verification. But if this is what he's doing, he's just going to another series of AIs, and if they don't get to the right sources, then he's just going to get the same answer confirmed. At some point, you either got to say a work like this is just a throw out, it's a joke, or if you're ever going to take it as something serious, you know, academic, historical, or scientific, then something's got to be done not only to get the information from original sources, but to check that whatever is being said in here are being confirmed by original sources. You know, the buyers of the book and the general public deserve that. And the Shroud of Turin, which is supposedly being defended in this, certainly deserves better than this, in my opinion. Okay, we can go to the next one. Is this it? The Skilitzes?
Yeah, I'm on the Skilitzes illustration.
All right, yeah. So on this one, this is what Graasso says. I know you've seen this many times. He says, the Madrid Skilitzes, it's a scene showing the revered face image. Beneath it, a long double body length. Okay, yeah, that's that thing. A long double body length cloth, partly folded, a detail that a number of researchers. Now, who are these researchers? You know, again, these are the people that Otangelo has lunch with, I guess. Align with Ian Wilson's tetradiphon thesis. While the identification remains debated, well, that's true enough, Skilitzes offers a strong iconographic indication connecting the Edessa session, by that he means the session of the cloth, I guess, with the enduring enigma of the Shroud of Turin. So he's basically saying that illustration is proof, again, that the image of Edessa was the shroud. Now, I've said this for many years about that illustration, and I think I'm right about this. Here's what it shows. It's a portrait of Jesus' face. Maybe if you could go back to and just show this as there you go. So it's a portrait of Jesus' face. That equals Mandylion. It's on a white cloth. That would equal Mandylion, like we've seen before. Excuse me. In fact, there are similarities to the painting that's in St. Catherine Monastery. The men who are receiving it and presenting it to the left and the right, they're wearing what you would call lauri, the plural of lauris, is they're each wearing a lauris, which is a well-known article of Greek clothing. It's something that they throw over their shoulders, essentially. Look at the cloth that is here. It's of like a salmon color. It's certainly not the same white cloth. Suddenly, I guess if that's the shroud turned salmon. And you can see what the men are doing or appear to be doing is the image itself is too holy to be touched by their hands directly. So they're putting their hands under their lori, and they're presenting and receiving the image of Edessa in that form. That's all that it shows. And then it's almost a joke that Scalizi's illustrations are from the 12th century. The 12th century. The image of Edessa came, this scene that it's portraying happened in the 10th century. So it's like a couple of hundred years later, Scalizi's writes his history, and then they take it to, I think it was Sicily, and they get a bunch of Norman illustrators, and they're illustrating different things that are in the text. So this is the way that they imagine it. This is just the way that they imagine that the image of Edessa was transferred. They're not trying to show that it's a long white cloth and that it's really the shroud. This Scalizi's illustration evidence is another kind of sad joke for where the people come up and say it really means something historically. It really doesn't. It's just, like I said, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes an illustration is just an illustration. And, it's not 21st century photography or imaging. This provides basically no evidence. And this is funny because Otangelo said, it's a swamp out there. People are just throwing things out. We don't need this. We don't need this. The Scalizi illustration doesn't really show anything. And it's not convincing at all to anybody who's able to think about it. So I don't know what it's there. But again, he has it in his book and he's using it as evidence. All right, let's move on. I'll just mention that he skips entirely the Tarragona manuscript, which is a big thing. But, now he's confessed he hasn't even read my book, so he doesn't know what that's about. So, but that is a big piece of evidence that the most precious relic in the palace at the end of the 11th century was a cloth of Jesus that had this history going back to Constantinople when they had continuous earthquakes. That was obviously not the image of Edessa, which didn't get to Constantinople till 944. But I think that's one he just does not know about, and he didn't feed that information into AI. And I don't think AI is even smart enough to know that the Tarragona manuscript exists and has something to do with the Shroud of Turin or the image of Edessa. Okay, Proposition 11. This is, and I think I'm very close to breaking some news here today also. I hope we can do it for a little bit longer. So it's Wilson, and I don't think that Otangelo knows that this is a proposition for Wilson. I really don't think he knows that Wilson claims this. But sometime around 1130, somebody discovered the shroud was hidden behind the image of Edessa. And so they then pulled it out and said, this is Sinden. We're going to call this the Sinden from now on. I don't know what happened to the Sinden that goes back to 958. And then we want to kind of fool all the people. So we're going to make up a Mandylion icon. And we're going to put that in the Mandylion reliquary. And I'm not sure exactly why we have to do that, because that's hanging from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel. So I don't know how anybody's going to know that something's in it or not. But it is this device that Wilson made up to kind of cover for the fact that all the references after this to there being a Mandylion and being a Sindan simultaneously, that's explained in his imagination by the fact that the Mandylion became the Sindan and then some artificial creation became the Mandylion. It's really kind of crazy. And Otangelo is talking about how he wants to draw things from, things that are real. Most of this hypothesis that he goes with, so many of its propositions are not real. They're kind of made up, and they're almost like if you had a script and you were, going to write a part in to save a lead character or something like that. That's what this really is. But I do want people to understand that's where the Mandylion theory goes when it gets to the 12th century here. Okay, skip that. If we go to the next one, Okay, and what happened here, and we get into this art evidence, and I'm sure that you're familiar with, but now we've got Jesus, and he's lying in death, and his right arm is folded over his left arm, and it's clear that this is what they call a lamentation art, because his apostles and his mother are lamenting. Sometimes it's called Thranos art. This particular image here is of a ivory dated to the 12th century. It's kept at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. But anybody can see it's so shroud-like. This is where I think the medievalists are, they go off the reservation here, because why in the world is Jesus depicted this way if it's not from an archetype of some type? They're kind of forced with the idea that when Forger made the Torn Shroud, they adopted this. But it's not how things really run. And the Byzantines were always, as I said before, they're very close. Their art has to be close to what it is that they're depicting. And here's the do the next slide. Same thing, it's the shroud figure of Jesus. I think I mentioned this before on your show. He's actually coming out of a Byzantine well. And there are people who say, oh no, he's coming out of his tomb, but I could show pictures of a Byzantine well. And even Marinelli concedes that this is a Byzantine well, but then it doesn't mean anything to her. But what it means to me is that the Image of God Incarnate, the legend that went with that from back in 968, is that the Image of God Incarnate was found in a well and extracted from that well by a woman in Camiliano. So I think that this is iconography that is really connecting the Sindon of Jesus, which has that this type of image on it, with the fact that this goes back now to the Image of God Incarnate, which they had in Constantinople from about 540. This is the link to it. It's an iconographic link. Next one, I think it's just another of these images, also from a Byzantine well. Okay, so we'll go to the Pray manuscript. We kind of covered this. This is a shroud like Jesus. It's not, as strong as some people make it out to be. There are some ambiguities about it. There are some arguments and some interpretations. Not so much on this illustration, which is the burial of Jesus, but I think it's the next one. Or did we do that one first? Oh yes, next slide. It's more or less with the claim that what you see there is the Shroud of Turin. If I didn't notice the poker holes that are in the shape of an inverted L, I don't know that I would think of that being the Shroud of Turin, although it's a claim that it's got a herringbone type weave, which it's kind of sort of something like that. But the alternative argument is that this is very close to a lot of the Three Marys art, which was common in the Middle Ages. And a lot of that art shows the angel being at the tomb, and the tomb lid is removed or pushed aside. And so I think it's a argument made by the medievalists that this isn't a cloth at all, and that those poker holes are just coincidental. Like on my radar, I would give this thing, a better than even shot of it being connected with the shroud because of the weave and because of the poker holes. But I certainly wouldn't say it with the certainty that this is the way that the shroud image would be illustrated at this time. So
now, Jack, Mr. Jetty. Okay, that was the wrong one. This guy's way off. That's a skeptic. But Mr. Jetty was asking, what year is the relief from? So I think he's talking about the.
Oh yeah.
what
The
years?
release is from the, I had it in my notes when we passed. I'm pretty sure it would be somewhere around the either the late 11th century, like 1090-ish, or the early 12th century, about 1110.
Okay. All right. Perfect. There you go. And there you go. So, just so the audience knows, so if I understand now, Jack, you are breaking. This is breaking news because this is something totally brand new. We're entering the territory.
Yeah, I know it's not for everybody. I just think it might be for you. Has anybody told you about Ian Wilson's new theory?
You did briefly on the last show you were on, but you didn't. You couldn't get
No, I didn't even know it in the last show. So I think what I'm going to tell you. Let me just make sure you see where I have old proposition here. This was Wilson's old proposition. This is the one that you're familiar with. The shroud was exhibited in Constantinople. Go to the next slide.
Okay.
Keep going. And Chronicle of Robert de Clary is what proves that. And then his old proposition was it was stolen during the sack of Constantinople by a Latin crusader. And then the next one. Okay. Then I was just tracing what happened to Mandylion. We can go past these Mandylions. I kind of said it. And go to there's the one that says missing years. You can.
Yeah.
Okay. Go past that, I think. Okay. And then Wilson said after the sack of Constantinople, it was acquired by the Knights Templar and taken to Jerusalem. Okay, next. Keep going. And then Templar confessions under torture that the order worshipped a head idol of some kind. That was the evidence he was using for that. Okay, we keep going. Keep going. Oh, well, I'm sorry, that one, go back if you could. So between 1307 and 1314, the Knights Templar, who were under persecution, they transferred the shroud to the Charny family. Okay, keep going. And the only thing with the Charny family is the name similarity. We can go past what Graasso says about this. It's basically saying he's with the Templar theory. And then the custody of the shroud was acquired by Geoffrey de Charny, French knight. And then go to the next one. He brought it to Leray. Geoffrey died in the Battle of Poitiers in 1356. And then Wilson felt it was his widow, Jeanne de Vergy, who exhibited the shroud at Church Leary. Okay, so go another slide, next one. So you can tell me if this is new to you. The British Society for the Torn Shroud had a 50th anniversary event on April 11th. So this is only 19 days ago. So have you heard about that?
I have not, no.
So among their speakers, they have Ian Wilson. And Ian Wilson is not there personally. He's being zoomed in. And he gives this talk. And kind of strangely, I think, and I think there's a reason for it, the BSTS has not said anything to anybody about what Wilson said. If it wasn't for what I'm about to show you, nobody would even know this. You can go to the next slide. But they had some photographer taking pictures of the slides that were up, and he flashed a copy of this picture, and this was put on the BSTS Facebook page. So I'm looking at it, I see it, I blow it up, and this shows what Wilson has said, which is highly significant. If you go along the bottom, just where the dates are, you've got the shroud being in Jerusalem in 30. It goes as the image of Odessa, goes to Constantinople in 944. And that's the Constantinople period. But the Constantinople period ends at 1177. In other words, the shroud is no longer in Constantinople as of 1177. So it's not the cloth that Robert de Clary reported that was exhibited in Constantinople in 1203 and 1204. I mean, this is really, like, to me, the biggest development in hypothetical shroud history in a long time. And Wilson now has, I don't know what the trigger event is. I just can read you what's on the slide. In 1177, the shroud was taken to Jerusalem. And, you know, there was a big war going on with the Muslims and the Crusaders. At that time, the Muslims were winning. The Crusaders were driven out of Jerusalem, and their last foothold in the Holy Land was at Acre, which is a city on the coast. And so somebody's got it during this period of time, but it comes into the hands of the Knights Templar, not in 1204 or whenever it was. Somewhere around 1194, the Knights Templar have the shroud. They move it then to Cyprus, which is where the Templars went after they were driven out of the Holy Land for a while. And then they apparently take it to France. And, you know, it's during this period would be all the persecutions of the Templar and the two Templar leaders being burned at the stake in 1314. But this has it coming into the custody of the Charny family around 1317. And then it goes all the way from there. I guess now that Charny has it, he takes it to Leary, and it goes all the way up to 1453, where it's transferred to the Savoys, and then finally to papal ownership. But the key thing here is that this kind of stands what has always been Ian Wilson hypothesis and shroud history on its head, because I know you're familiar with, for example, all the missing years hypotheses, and every one of them, every single one of them, start in Constantinople at 1204. Maybe the strongest evidence, I think Otangelo made that point earlier today, that the strongest evidence of the shroud's pre-Lyrae existence is the Robert de Clary chronicle that places it in Constantinople in 1203, 1204. So I tried to get information on this. I know that you're not a participant in the Shroud Science Group, unfortunately. That's not right. But I saw this and I posted this, and I said, "Can somebody tell me what's going on here?" Because this is all the facts I had. Somebody had to be at that conference who's on this blog who could tell me what is going on here. And I found out, I got an answer from Michael Kowalski, as a matter of fact, that this presentation was filmed. Wilson's presentation was filmed. And that at some point down the line, not committed to any particular date or time, they'll publish the presentation. And I tried to emphasize how important this was, because it's important to people who are interested in the shroud to find out what Wilson's talking about here. I would have to assume he's got some kind of evidence that the shroud was moved from Constantinople to Jerusalem in 1177. He's got some kind of evidence that it was transferred to the Knights Templar. And I'm sure he must understand the significance of the fact that he's removing the shroud in 1177, which means that all these relic inventories that we have, like from 1191, and everything that Nicholas Mesorites said, and even what we were just looking at, the Codex Prae manuscript illustrations that were done in around 1193 to 1195. All this would have then been done in the absence of the shroud, let alone the de Clary chronicle description that every proud shroud authenticist is going to say, well, regardless of what the medievalists said, we can trace the shroud back to 1204 in Constantinople. You know, we got a description of a full body image of Jesus on a shroud, on a syndom at that time. So I don't know what's going on here, but I've importuned a couple of times that somebody released this information. Somebody was present. Michael Kowalski was present. There were other people that I know that participate in Shroud Matters. Pam Moon was there. You know, there's a fellow, I don't know if he was there, but there's a fellow that's very active now called Paul Bishop, who writes, you know, on their Facebook page. But there are people that I'm sure went there can understand the English language and know enough about history to know what Ian Wilson said. But it's being kept a secret. You know, I would expect this to be like big news, you know, out of the BSTS conference, big news from Ian Wilson. And my suspicion is, and I could be wrong about this, is that he's supposed to be publishing a book later this year. And, you know, possibly they're not authorized to release what he said he wants to put it in his book. But this is too important. If that was important to Ian Wilson, and I don't know if it was, but if it was, then he should have not made the speech. He shouldn't have put this information out there. He should have put it out in the book. But it's out there now. And I, for one, want to know what he's got in terms of the evidence of that. And I just mentioned one other thing. We didn't go through the whole Knights Templar thing, but I made this point on Shroud Science Group, is Wilson has always been very, very tentative about the Knights Templar connection anyway. And, you know, he put it out there basically as a theory. I think it was like, I'll throw something up against the wall, but the best I've got is some testimony from some knights who were tortured. And I've got this Sharney without an E versus the Sharney with just a Y at the end. Connection, never been proven. To the point that in several of his publications since that time, like he went to Valencia to a conference in 2012, and he said, my belief in the Templar theory has never been anything more than tentative. And then at that conference, he presented a new possible hidden missing years. So I don't really get this, because he was not strong on the Knights Templar connection, and now he's using the Knights Templar connection to make a major change in what he is saying. In doing this, he is going contrary to what every other Shroud authenticist who's ever written about the history of the Shroud has written, and is fairly sure in that. So I'm hoping that to make this kind of a claim, he's got some pretty strong evidence, and he could, and but we ought to know about it, and it would change. You know, I didn't know whether Otangelo was aware of this. I assumed he is, because I think he's on that blog group, but I don't know if he understood the significance of it. But that's the news, and that is that the author and creator of the Mandylion hypothesis, which always ended before the missing years in Constantinople at the Church of St. Mary's in Blachernay, is erasing that now and coming up with a different theory, and thereby, and if he's right, then all this strong evidence we have about the Shroud and its background are going to be eliminated. So,
no, okay. So I just need to ask this, just because when there is a radical change, I know he is getting up there in age and everything, and
yeah.
You know, Dan Scavone had mental issues towards the end of his life and stuff. Is Ian Wilson totally, you know, when the radical change comes, like, does he have any mental issues due to?
Not that I know of. They had they put a little film on this Facebook page, and what it was is that you didn't see any of his presentation, but they had. You're familiar with this priest? His last name is Dalton, right?
Yes, Dalton, Andrew Dalton.
Yeah. Andrew Dalton, yeah. So he was there as a guest and as a speaker, and after Wilson gave this talk, he got up to the microphone and he had a question, and I thought, well, maybe in the question we're going to get some kind of answer. But he asked a question that was about the uh, Hungarian clay manuscript, but I didn't get its relationship to what we're talking about here, the change of the timeline with the Shroud. I only mention it because that's where I saw Ian Wilson speak in answering this question, and he seemed, completely able to understand and to answer that question. But the man is 85 years old. I haven't seen him for many years. He looks a lot older than he did the last time that I saw him or saw pictures of him or what have you. But I just think that it's kind of, where somebody like him, who has been for so many years considered like a top dog in the idea of the Shroud's history, especially, that if you're going to come up with something this radical, whether it's right or wrong, and you decide that you're going to put it out there to a relatively small group of people at this conference, then somebody make an announcement, somebody summarize what it is. Maybe it's not every single fact, but just let us know that it's out there and let us know the principal points of it. And so my concern is it's hanging around out there. Like I said, at least a small group of people who were there would know about it. Plus, I put people on notice through the Shroud Science Group of it. And it just strikes me as odd that nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody is talking about it. And it shouldn't be that hard, in my opinion, to take this film that they have and get it out there. I mean, how long does it take? Kowalski said something about, well, we got to get the tape and edit it. I mean, how much editing do you really have to do? Andrew Dalton gave a talk at the same conference, and the talk was out the next day. So I think this something it's concerning about this, because my interest is not like some kind of prurient interest on what Ian Wilson is doing. I could certainly await his publication of a book if it comes to that. But I do think that if somebody's going to go out there and announce something that this dramatic in the Shroud history, somebody of his stature and standing, that we should know about it. I mean, I'd like to start checking his sources and seeing whether there's anything to that, whether I have to change my opinion on anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating. So it definitely sounds like, he is in his right mind. Obviously, they wouldn't. Michael Kowalski wouldn't have put him in the position to be a speaker in the first place. It is a radical change. I don't know. We know Michael. I trust Michael, kind of thing. I don't think he would edit it in a nefarious way if he was.
No, I don't think that at all. I don't think it would take much editing. I mean, I don't know what you need. You need to clip it off at the beginning, clip it off at the end. I don't know if there was any part of it where Ian Wilson had a problem delivering his speech and they would want to cut that out. I have no idea. But I'm just saying it's, this is not rocket science. And there are other speakers there that, they haven't published as yet. But I don't think any of them said anything, that consequential. And
Gotcha.
I just find it very, very odd. And I think that from an authenticist standpoint, you'd like to know what is up here and, be able to get on top of it to either confirm it or refute it. But I'll tell you, it will make a very significant difference if there is evidence that the Shroud was not in Constantinople after 1177, and what everybody has been citing as one of the principal proofs, and that is the Robert de Clary Chronicle and the exhibition of the Shroud at St. Mary's. If that's out the window now, I have no idea. I would suppose that Wilson would say that Clary didn't make it up, but I guess maybe it's a substitute cloth, a substitute Shroud.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah. So if there is some legitimate evidence suggesting the Shroud that left for some reason to go back to Jerusalem, back into harm's way in 1177 AD, that supports the medievalists and the skeptics saying, yeah, there are a bunch of these clause, and yeah, that could have severe implications for, especially with a text like Robert de Clary, where that's one of the best ones that on all sides and clear ones. So yeah, I hope this comes out, and as soon as it does, maybe
I'm going to give it a week or so, and then I'm going to write back in. I can't force these people to do anything, but you would think that at the minimum, some collection of them could get together and they understand the main points of this, and somebody could write up a report on what was said at this conference about it.
Why doesn't he come on? If he's doing conference presentations, maybe he'll agree to come on the show or something like that and give his presentation and maybe have a friendly discussion kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I would, it'd be up to him. I will say that I don't think he's appeared at anything in years. And secondly, I think it's telling that at this conference he appeared, virtually. This was kind of a celebration of the society being around for 50 years, and he was like the first president of it or the first editor or something. They had like a series of editors over the years who were also speaking. So, and it sounded like, until I saw this, all the previews of it was they expected him to be there. But it could be that somebody of advanced age like that travel could become an issue. And we well know, as you saw today, there's a great difference between getting up and just saying what you like and then having somebody to contest you and having to defend what it is you're saying. And, some people might be up for the former and some people, may not be up for the latter. And so that
they could be like maybe he's working on publishing something. So I remember you saying he was working on a new book about so this is familiar about the conference from somewhere, but I didn't know about this remarkable change in his position. So like maybe they're trying to time the video to come out with, okay, here's my publication.
That's what I think. Yeah, my feeling is that they don't want this news, which would be one of the biggest pieces of news, to come out before the book is published. It might interfere with sales or something of that nature. But my feeling is that once you let the cat out of the bag, and I made a public presentation, then at that point, I think it's should be open news. Especially for the people that are, if this is really about the Shroud and its history, that's what it should be. It should be opened up for academic debate.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, awesome. So I think that covers it. That is fascinating breaking news. I really want to follow up on that. And my gosh, if we could get Ian Wilson to come on the show and talk about the update in the theory once everything's out, that would be great, kind of thing. But yeah, I'm fascinated to hear about it. We do have an audience. I don't know. So it's from a skeptic, Tarhunta. There's nothing substantive, but he's not impressed with your argumentation style.
Has he ever been impressed by anything that an authenticist has said? Because I've seen him show off either here or on other things. His object seems to be to belittle authenticism, belittle authenicists. Does he ever say anything that's like intelligent? Anything that you could dig your teeth on, or just this guy doesn't know what he's talking about?
Yeah. I was trying to see if he had anything substantive related to.
I don't think I've ever seen him say anything substantive. I don't think he knows anything about this. I think all he knows is he's either anti-Shroud or he's anti-Christian or he's anti-Jesus or he's anti-God or whatever his issue or problems are. You can see that there are people here who are not saying, look, let me challenge you academically on the debate on the merits of what you're saying. I'm just here to insult you and get the heck out of here. Okay. So I wouldn't waste my time on a guy like that, to tell you the truth.
Fair enough. All right, cool. Well, yeah, that covers it. 5.5 hours. This is my official longest podcast I've ever done. So, but yeah, they're jam-packed with great information. Um, yeah, Mr. Jetty saying at this point, this is not a debate. This live stream has been going on for 5 hours. There are bound to be some tangents here and there. Okay, so he's just responding to, yeah, I think it was a look. Yeah, there was some tension in the beginning, but I think once we got past that, you and Otangelo both had some great points and some great conversations going on some of the issues. And yeah, you could tell Otangelo, he came in. Look, kudos to him. He's not. This isn't his main area of investigation, but he had the guts to come in and debate an expert on the Shroud history kind of thing. And
no, I respect them for doing that. I know that for years you've been asking me, would I be available for a debate on this topic? You've had some PhD people who have committed and then backed out or wouldn't do it, So, but I've always been available to do it. When you asked me with where Otangelo was concerned, my concern was that he really didn't know enough. But then I found out that he did a book, and so I figured he had done his homework on this. So, but I give him credit for having the guts and for having the interest in it, but I don't give him the credit for putting out information that is being represented as true when it's not, even if he doesn't know that it's not true. It's coming from AI, and the Shroud deserves better than that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Well, yeah, that's it for today then. And just so you guys know, so tune in tomorrow. I will be having Dr. Gary Habermas is going to be returning for a 3-part series, basically responding to his 4-volume magnum opus. So this is something I've wanted to do with him for years, and I've had to delay and stuff like that. So we're going to be starting tomorrow with volume 1. What is in his volume 1 on the evidence for the historical evidence for the resurrection? So that's what we'll be covering. And yeah, other than that, have a great day, everybody, and take care.
Thank you, Dale.
No problem.